Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Happy Friday. What color is my shirt? Gray? It's like a gray shirt. How are we what? So we buy puts and the market will moon. I haven't really bought a lot of puts outside of my far dated ones. So we have Michigan consumer sentiment today at 10. I would be wary of over positioning in advance of that. Um, we don't know how it's going to turn out. It's probably going to be positive. I don't know if that'll pull us back up above gamma neutral, but it could pull us up to gamma neutral. How do you plan to handle your CCs on Upstart into earnings? I might close them. It depends on how much they're up by then. I think they're up quite a bit from yesterday, this morning. Yeah, down 0.8%? Or is that off? Yeah, they might be about flat this morning, actually. SPX gamma neutrals at about 4088. I can see where it moved to today. It might have slid down a little bit, but probably not much. 4087.36. When and where do you expect this to bottom out? I don't know. That'll depend on if the Feb OPEX is realized or deferred. There's a deferral during that period. I'd be very cautious with getting exposure to it. Because of the deferral. If it is deferred and no price action is realized after Feb OPEX, um, there will likely still be a period of shorting from then until March ETF FTDs. And then after March ETF FTDs are resolved, there will probably be an additional period of shorting. Something I do expect is if we don't run for Feb OPEX, we will see XRT back on Reg Show. How low do you think GME and Upstart go? Right now, they're pretty illiquid. They're more illiquid than they were in early December, um, which was, the last time that we saw a significant amount of shorting. I think that'll protect our downside to some degree. On GME, I'd say 17 to 1875, somewhere in that range. Upstart, maybe like 13 to 15. Yeah, top of the JPM collar is still 4065. But above the collar, it helps price action. It's below the collar that it gets kind of dicey. Ding ding. Buying puts on Upstart? I have some protective puts. They're up around like $21. I'll just sell those and use them to buy shares at the bottom. whenever I think that bottoms in. How confident are you in this liquidity indicator? Well, we've back tested it a lot. Um, we've been using it pretty actively for 6 or 7 months now. Um, it's very useful in telling the relative levels of liquidity over time. It is a great analysis tool, but it's not a great trading tool because intraday can be really, really volatile and it doesn't react well in real time. So far, it has not been incorrect. Hey, Trina. Isn't Fubo getting a bit oversold? Sure. That doesn't mean it's going to stop selling off. GME spent most of the time from the beginning of December into the beginning of January oversold. So assuming that something is simply going to bounce because it is oversold is a mistake. Selling CSPs right now for next week's $16 Upstart means I can get Upstart around 14. Wow, I haven't sold a lot of CSPs. Thanks for any info. Um, hold on. What are so you're selling them next week at 16? That would give you a cost basis of 1430 roughly if you were to be assigned. What expiry for your Upstart puts? Jan 2024. GME is extremely oversold on the weekly. Yes. Is Upstart a good stock to wheel? When IV's high, it is. Will consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. move the market? Most likely. Yeah. And it could be positive. I would wait until the data point is out before positioning. We're close, we're volatile, and we're close enough to gamma neutral that we could pop back above it. Do you think there's a chance for SPX to continue going up after closing the gap? Potentially, yeah. There's still a lot of open interest at 4,100 too. What are your thoughts on SPY today? I mean, it'll mostly come down to the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report. If we move back above gamma neutral, we can kind of run into the end of the day. I don't think we're going to see like 4150 or anything crazy, but we still have a couple more days before SLD. About March 17, GME 25C, when I thought we would run. Currently down 65%. Should I bail and reposition if the price continues to drop, especially into SLD next week? Mm, it's up to you. I mean, if price continues to drop, it's not going to perform well. I think the expectation at this point is that price continues to drop a bit. Why is Upstart moassing? Upstart is at 1650. I wouldn't say it's moassing. We about T5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Using up a little bit of the liquidity from this morning. You know, but not much. What percentage of your total cash have you used on your overall short position on the market? Do you think it'd be wise to keep at least 50% of your cash aside to DCA? Hold on. Where the fuck did that go? Okay. To DCA capital instead of 80% plus, though, and through in on puts. So for like into the end of the week, I generally don't have a lot of free cash available. I've sold, out of the money CSPs mostly anywhere I can. I would say that of my total position, my market short position, of my total portfolio, my market short position right now is about 12%, with another like 6% cash available to manage it. But it's all leveraged, so except for the SQQQ shares that I bought. I think it's good to have some money set aside to manage any positions. Um, whether you set that money aside from taking profits or you already have it set aside is up to you. Feuds are actually ripping. What mean? No, they're not. They kind of recovered to the like 40-90 level and then failed. Good morning, Sparks. CF starting to run. Would we say this is a floor for Upstart, or could it drop down to the $14 range? I think it can drop. I think they can short it more. Girk rejoice. The UK avoided a recession in December. Yeah, the pound is still down against the dollar today, so no one cares. But congratulations. When you hit it big on the COVID crash, what were your percent returns? I think over the total position returned, it was like 2640%. Have you entered any far-dated NVIDIA puts yet? Nope. Can you buy back and resell CCs on the same day, or will that lead to a GFE? It shouldn't, because you're buying to close the position. If you use the money that's unsettled to buy them back, it can. So Girk, GM Girk. So in summary, you think we're dumping for the next week? I don't think things look very good right now. I don't know if it's just going to be the next week. I think the market looks really bad, and it shifted pretty quickly. I think that's gonna help the illiquid positions on GME and Upstart, and that there are going to be more active fund sales. And net selling from active funds means that they have additional liquidity to short with. They could also use their limited liquidity to short on downticks, which makes it more effective in reducing the price. What are your price targets for the fertilizer plays? I haven't talked about them. Aside from they look interesting. What's on the last two CPI reads being revised up? Yeah, I'm aware of that. But PCE also came in up on the last report. There's a potential for volatility in that price point. I do understand that they keep changing the way they come to their like final number, but I still think there's a bit of opportunity to see some volatility in it. So we could get like a hotter print over the next, maybe not this month, but maybe next. Also, Fed's fund rate up 50 BPS now to 6% peak. True. Unfortunately, inflation isn't the only factor, but it is a factor that the market is going to look to. I think hitting good CPI data the day before SLD is only going to increase the chances of a sell-off. I think quarter four earnings were bad enough that institutions are going to be looking to get out of long-term positions, and I think we're already seeing the remnants of share recalls on like Tesla and Nvidia over the last like several days as the markets declined, like the last 3 days especially, where they've continued to run not only against their like more heavily weighted indexes, but against SPX as well. Three-month Treasury bill has moved up to 4.77, its highest level since August 2007. A year ago, it was at 0.26. Yep. Yeah, and the 10-year note inverted yesterday as well. For Jimmy 2250 CSP that's underwater, better to buy back for a loss or take assignment, given that we're expecting shorting until next OPEX. I don't know. Is buying at that cost basis advantageous for you? Like, do you average down at that price? No, not puts on everything, and it's definitely not that easy. There's several other factors to consider. At least Oxy's moving. Yeah, Oxy's doing great. You can also roll it. Market can turn quickly on new data, just like it can quickly move down. Yep. That's why it's I've kind of talked with you guys about this before, but it's advantageous to not feel a certain way about the market. It's not very advantageous to be bullish or bearish. It tends to lead to greed and overholding, and locking your mindset into one direction on the market is going to probably lose you a lot of money. You need to be flexible in how you view it. You don't want to be a bear or a bull as a trader. You want to be positioned accordingly based on what you see happening during the day, right? Like you don't want to blindly ignore all the signs flashing at you because you've bought calls or you've bought puts. Thanks, Darth. Embrace your inner Bruce Lee and be like water. Yeah. The market is dynamic, so be dynamic. That's very hard for people to do. I mean, you can see like when my sentiment shifts and I'm like, okay, I'm not, going to position that way anymore. People get like really angry because they get locked into that one mindset and they're like, this is all that can happen. Up is inevitable, and then when that shifts, they're like, I don't get it. I don't get why Girk's bearish now. They get super pissed off at me. It's kind of funny. But you have to be able to turn that emotion like on a dime. You really do. You can say it. It's walking. I already see people getting pissy on Twitter at Bears talking about turning around from this BMR. I mean, ideally, you're somewhere in between the two and ready to take advantage of either outcome, right? Trying to find a solid put position with some theta somewhere in April, May. And we confirmed with GameStop and Upstart, we waited until the last possible moment to be more bearish. We waited till we started to see the prime rates fall back, and you know, I tried to warn everybody with that video I made and the speech I gave you during the run. Take your fucking profits while they're there. And then, being greedy and overholding is not going to benefit you. Even if it benefited you once upon a time, long term, it's not beneficial. Old Daily is pinned on Reddit. No. Okay. It should be good now. My long side got hammered yesterday, but my short side is making up for it today. It's weird, hard for me to lose money on some trades to protect others. Yeah, I mean, minimizing losses is what it's all about, right? It's not about. I think here's something that's really good to understand. It's not about making money. It's about losing less, right? The making money part will happen if you're already focused on your risk management. Being a good trader is being good at managing risk. It's not being good at finding opportunity. There's opportunity everywhere. You can make money on anything. Are you still holding your vol leaps on Upstart? Yeah, I still have those. Most of them, but I still have a bunch of them. Buying up Lyft after the atrocious earnings, a terrible idea. I don't like the company very much. Um, yeah. So I don't think their earnings are getting better. I think if cars get cheaper, their earnings will get worse. If GME breaks 20, is there anything stopping us from moving up to 45? Yeah, a lot of shit. Famous ape words. I'm fine with dilution, but not all of this crime lowering the price of my stock. I was up 100% during the run, but I was busy and didn't have stops. Hi, it's me, the guy whose bank didn't have the stop loss feature. Definitely learned that lesson. Took the profits that remained. I mean, as long as you got something out of it, that's a win, right? But I would suggest finding a broker that has stops if you're going to trade options. On Fubo, I basically sold most of my position above 3, feeling sick that I'm going to miss on gains, but decided to take the profits. Glad I went according to plan and not feelings. Yeah, you got to ignore that a lot of the time. You know, your mind is shouting, "Don't do this. You're gonna miss out on thousands or hundreds of thousands." But you just take them when they're available. Like me and JC were talking about the COVID crash earlier. If I'd if I'd held everything, right, I would have made like 10,500%, but I took profits on the way. And so I made, 2,600% instead. But I'm like, that's okay. I'm glad I did it that way. There was some opportunities where the market really could have turned around. No, it wasn't a huge mistake. Is there anything helping GME outperform the market today? It doesn't look like it. There was a bit of heavy shorting at market open that's kind of skewed our arbitrage a little bit, and now our arbitrage is negative again. So there's some opportunity in buying it, but I don't know if they'll just push back on that. We had some arbitrage resolution into the pre-market. We went positive briefly, and then arbitrage slumped really negative at market open. And it's starting to move back a little bit here over this tiny run. Um, we're about 16 points from even. So there's still some more opportunity in buying GME and selling it in another market, but the pre-market liquidity they got this morning was decent, better than yesterday. They might have to fight back against some market pressure, which would be stabilizing for the price if the consumer sentiment comes in bullish. 5DT 3900p, a good idea. No, extremely greedy. Why are you waiting to enter a position until the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report is released? I'm already straddled. Tim, I opened a straddle last night. I know you're kidding. I totally agree with you. Hindsight is always 2020. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you'll look back and you'll see that you sold the fucking peak and you got out just in time. Um I mean, you can look back on Upstart and see that, obviously our test of like 20, well, our test of Gamma Max at the time was the best time to get out. Don't say it was a huge mistake when you haven't taken 2600% profits. I mean, on the GameStop run, I sold almost half of my calls when GME first tested God, it was kind of low. It was like when it first tested day was that on? Oh, when it first hit like $40, I sold like half my calls. That was fucking insane. You killed Moaz. I didn't have that many calls. But it looked like it was gonna get rejected. No one could have known it was gonna go up again. Thank you for the goats. You're welcome, Popcorn Trader. I thought you'd love that. I've decided I'm a bond investor now. Can you tell me how to buy a bond? I'm not talking to you about that, Carl. You can buy them on Fidelity. I kind of think NASDAQ has more room to go down than the overall market. I mean, they're both parts of the overall market. Yeah, NASDAQ probably has a little more value to lose. It's probably the more overvalued index. But I wouldn't compare SPX to SQQQ. Maybe like SPXS to SQQQ. I bought shares of Upstart for 16 and immediately sold 16cc next weeklies. I either end up reducing my cost basis to 1440 or I make an easy 10%. Am I a stock god? That's the way to do things, man. People need to get over their attachment to like companies and their stock and just make money. Focus on the making money part, not on the I love this company part. If you want to if you just love companies and you want to buy them and own them forever and you're already a billionaire, like Warren Buffett, then sure, wait till they're cheap and buy them and then wait forever, right? But if you're not fucking Warren Buffett, you need to make money when it's available and stop having this emotional connection with companies that don't give a flying fuck about you, regardless of what they say in their shareholders meetings. CPI is on the 14th. 14th is stacked. My message earlier in the chat might get hidden, but what would be the ideal delta hedge for GME shares when looking for puts? For example, if I have 2,000 shares I would need at least 40 puts at 0.5 delta, or so if you're buying protective puts, you'd be buying them. IV is actually pretty low on GME, so theoretically, yes, you could buy protective puts out of the money right now. IV's IV30 was around 88 last night. IV crushed out really fast. So yeah, you could buy out of the money puts with decent theta. Although our downside doesn't look very impressive. So if you want to maximize the value that you can capture there, you'd probably look for like 0.6 or 0.7 delta in the money. And you'd want to buy, 90 to 180 DTE. And then these are depending on where in this range you fall. With this being the one extreme and this being the other. You probably would want like one put per, that's like 120 to 130 shares roughly. This is very rough, but you don't need to perfectly delta hedge your position, right? Because you still have the value in the underlying stock. Oh, you couldn't see anything? Shit. Um, the fuck? Hold on. Ko-Fi or Epic Pen's being a piece of shit. There we go. I bought 13 CCs on Ford. Wait, what? Can you rephrase that? What did you do? Because something about that doesn't sound right. CCs are sold, not bought. Um, and you would have to own Ford in order to sell covered calls against it. I sold 13 CCs on Ford that expired today, but I own F. Okay. So you sold stocks at 1235 and it still shows a negative position. I don't know how your broker calculates it, but it's probably because your stock is down 65 cents a share. I don't know what the Michigan number was. Let's see. Consumer sentiment up. Preliminary expectations down. So Michigan current conditions up. 5-year inflation expectation flat. Preliminary inflation expectations. Wait. Oh no, the current inflation expectations are up. And then Waller speaks at 2:30. So current inflation, they expect it to go up in the short term. 5-year inflation flat, and consumer sentiment up, but expectations down. What has been going on with Fubo? Would it be advantageous to sell in the money CCs for a few weeks out, or just plain dumb? I'm not worried about cost basis. I can always get back in. I sold some covered calls at $2. Gork, I made $50 on Tesla puts. Nice, dude. Isn't Waller dovish? No, no, Waller's hawkish. Who was I thinking of? Oh, Brainerd. Brainerd's the dovish one. And they're all kind of just skewing hawkish over time. CPI print gonna come in higher than expected? It could. There's potential for it too. I don't play options. I don't know why the fucking market listens to the Fed presidents at all. The only person that matters is JPOW. I don't play options, only shares. With this expected downturn, what's best to shift profits into? CAT, SQQQ, commodities. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. I mean, it depends on how long the downturn lasts, right? SQQQ is like a short term, uh, a very short term investment in, a rapidly declining market. That's kind of what you're betting on when you buy SQQQ. Caterpillar is a little pricey right now to be buying into. Commodities are, you're playing a very long term downtrend, or a hot commodities market, which will require, more political volatility. So they're all kind of different things. I wouldn't probably buy cat at these prices with what's in mind in the future. It's a little overpriced. You plan on buying your Upstart CC back before earnings? Maybe. It's doing pretty good so far. It's up like 15%. The 16s are doing great. I sold CCs on Upstart yesterday between 17 and 14. I sold them on GME between 22.50 and $19. I sold them on Fubo at 2. I think that was about it. But Baba puts are offsetting the regarded losses from my meme weeklies. Nice, man. Leverage ETF should not be held long term and should really be used as a hedge. Well, if you're long on anything, then it is a hedge, right? But yeah, that's correct. They should not be held long term. They have volatility decay, which lowers their value over time. Thank you for mentioning BP on the stream earlier this week. It's already up $8 in a few days. Thank you. It was a pickles pick like two or 3 months ago. Congrats on chasing it though. That's kind of awesome. Thoughts on Fubo? Why is it being killed? It's being shorted because they have liquidity and they can. The bullishness is dead on all of these right now. They have a little bit of liquidity. They are shorting them. The bar rates are going down. They're returning shares. We're in for a period of shorting. I don't know how long it will be, because we don't know if they're going to, cover or not. Ooh. Hold on. Okay, this actually looks kind of bullish. Remember, market makers are buying into rising prices at these price points. So upside momentum is catalyzed by the market maker. Same with downside. Volatility is just higher. Yeah, this isn't bullish. The market's down massively from yesterday. That's like when, you know, GME does this and everyone's like, "Oh my fucking god, it's MOAS." This is not MOAS. Yeah, no problem, Esril. Congratulations. I didn't play Piton, but I played some other stuff. Where's arbitrage on GME? Fuck off. 15-minute? There we go. Arbitrage on GME is still really low. So, hedge. 20 buy. Ooh, that was a nice fill. I sold my Unity puts for 200%. Nice, dude. I'm mostly just holding my long short positions and hedging any potential upside for the next 2 days. Yeah, VIX went up. I know. Gamma flip point on SPX still at 4080, 4087. We're very close to it, and we could get rejected on it. Yeah, there's some potential it gets rejected. It could break through, at which point we'll start to lose momentum. Futures moving to test 4100. Double bottom at 405 on the SPY. I think we break under it today or chop here. I don't know. We'll see. There's still a lot of positioning at 4100 on SPX. So, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that we may see a like a move up into that range. I think we see a new all-time low on Fubo. Any guess how long the shorting period will go on for? I mean, it can go on through like next week, or it could go until like March OPEX. We don't know because we don't know if they'll use the deferral or not. There is a deferral available to them. They very well could use it, but they may not use it. Would you close out $23 CCs? 217 with a 60% gain, or let it ride? I mean, that's, you can do either one, but I mean, you have 5 DTE and you're already above 50% profits. So, I mean, generally at that point you would consider like a reposition, but you could do either one. You could just ride out the theta if you want to. The theta's not super valuable on them. Has Fubo just become another volatility short? It's always been a volatility short. It was a part. It was like a part of the meme basket, like kind of a little bit before GME was. Um, Before GME started like running in Jan of 2021, Fubo had already run quite a lot and had been on Reg Show for most of that period of time. Would you take some profits on your longer term puts after SLD, or just keep it holding them to see further downside? I'd probably take some profits. I'm profitable on my long term put position. Futures are testing 4100. I'm profitable on my long term put position under 4088. How's 0DT SPX looking? Let's take a look. Not a lot of data yet, but a lot of calls at 4100 and 4120. A lot of puts at 4050. The the longer term positioning, gamma pretty negative up to 4100. Then it skews positive but very weak up to 4125. So we probably wouldn't see a run above 4100, and maybe 4110, unless positioning changes. Is Upstart dead? A little bit. Oh, did I not fill on my other two GME calls? Interesting. Did I buy them? I'll just buy them now. That was strange. Fubo was in the meme basket before it was cool. Yeah. Yeah, Fubo was a big volatility short for quite some time. I think because of all the reverse splits they did. You take some profits on your longer term puts. What's Upstart looking like on its way to under 15? It looks spicy as fuck. Does it? I don't think Jamie or Upstart, either one, look very spicy right now. They're both illiquid and benefit from a trending market, but I don't think they look particularly spicy. Cat going for 250 OI. Yeah, it might be. Ah, Dow up on the day. Dow's outperforming today. I wonder if there's a play on Cat like 4750s. Yeah, there might be. Great fill. So hung up at Gamma Max right now. Let's see if we break out. It's kind of hard to say if momentum's really favorable here. I think it is. Nice entry on adding a few SPY 3950, 395p for end of March right now. Might not be bad, but I'd probably wait till SPY above 410. What's SPY trading at? I know SPY's trading at like a weird discount to SPX. Maybe like 409. VIX is dropping a little. I think the consolidation here looks kind of bullish, but it's hard to say. I don't like that we're consolidating at gamma neutral. Sold some Jimmy 18 cc's at Ask, and it instantly filled negative 20%. I'm confused. Did you just use a market order? Or did you use a limit sell? With this move, won't the shorter dated bears panic out? There aren't really a lot of shorter dated bears. Most of the positioning, like sub 4100, is longer dated. Like between 4100 and 4050, those put positions are further dated. Good time to DCA into GME Gen 24 100s. You know, IV's pretty low. It's not bad. If cover calls are so great, why don't people just do that? I think they do. I don't know why they don't. You'd think more people would, but most people here do. Because options scary, just look at the FUD over at SS. Yeah. What's a covered call? Fuck you, Mike Sell CCs. Can you see Tesla dropping hard in the coming weeks? Can we go back to the lows from earlier in December? Recalled shares causing this run. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it does. It could drop back a lot. I don't know if it'll see December lows, but it could fall back a lot. Jimmy IV30, the lowest it's been in a year. Um, no, close. It's very low. Well, as of market close yesterday, it was very low. Intraday, it's probably not as low as it was then. Hmm. Ooh, interesting. The future's fighting a little bit for 4100. I don't know if the Bulls are winning here. It's pretty hotly contested, though. When you enter into too many different options positions at times, ATP just arbitrarily combines them into different spreads. My portfolio is now an unreadable hot mess of spreads. That's awesome. CC is on everything except Dole. Uh, I, I didn't sell any covered calls on Dole, but I'm not necessarily opposed to it. Is that the entirety of our pullback? No. right? That's interesting. Futures didn't really pull back that hard. Yes. Mm, hold on. Okay, so I don't have to worry about those because they're in the money. Um, 55. Oh, but 180. So 4180 put, and then I'll just take the 10% on cat for now. All right. Think I'm appropriately positioned here. $20.85. Hmm. Okay. How's the condiments doing? Genie and Upstart both still have a lot of liquidity left. They'll wait to sell into a falling market though. they're not gonna use it to short on a rising market. What do you got, turd? Still going up? Nice. Jesus, it's almost at March levels. Or like 2022 like ETF FTD levels. See, that's the one data point that makes me think that we're not going to see them use the deferral. I know it's fucking huge. XRT puts. I wonder how much of that is like overcrowding of the bear position though. Right? Like what we saw after the Ukraine war started, where like all the ETF liquidity got tied up because everyone was getting super fucking bearish. Yeah, consumer sentiment was at 10, not 10:30, 10. It's out already. It was okay. Tesla puts here. I don't know yet. Maybe 201. It's right at resistance. Actually, yeah. Maybe that's not. Options. Five. Gamma neutral equals market maker buys into rising prices, sells into more downside movement. Would you say it's easier to position your play when they do that? Thanks, Mr. P. It's kind of harder actually because even though the realization of like uh price targets is easier to achieve because of the higher volatility, breakouts can move against you really, really, really hard. So if the price breaks in the opposite direction of what you're betting on, you're gonna lose a massive amount of your upfront premium attempting to time it, right? Are you excited for Upstart's dip post earnings and a falling market Feb March? I don't know if Upstart's gonna dip super hard post earnings. It's gonna really depend on the buyback. I don't expect them honestly, I don't expect them to have used a lot of the buyback yet. I think the point at which they want to use the buyback the most is when credit markets stabilize. There was incentive for them to use it into the excise tax, so they may have done some over this quarter. But with the Fed still raising rates, should they? I mean, like it's great for us, like because we want to squeeze out the shorts. But from a company standpoint, is it better for them to have the 250 million cash on hand for something else if they need it? Thanks for taking stop losses. I've been implementing them when in profits and trying to cut losers earlier. I'm still working on dumping losers, but I'm green 8 out of 10 last trading days, 80% up. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Thoughts on Spy 360p April 21s. You have that has sufficient time. That's not bad. They're kind of far out of the money, but you know, on a rising VIX, you're in a really good position. You have a lot of Vega. Netted 20k on various cover calls this week, rolling out for more protection through next week's. A year ago, I would have just sat watching account values drop. Thanks for the knowledge, dude. Nunchuck. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations. You think Tesla 180p for 317 is enough theta? It might be okay. Yeah, that's not a terrible position. Thoughts on Apple puts? Uh, it's probably the thing I'd least like to buy puts on right now. Maybe more towards Q1 earnings, but yeah, right now I'm not super interested in playing Apple. I think there's stuff with a lot more range. Does this consolidation look bullish or bearish to you? It keeps chopping in between the two. Like another rejection here is pretty fucking bearish. The trend is bearish, but it's got there's a lot of volatility. Don't forget we're still under that gamma neutral point, right? So is SLD over? No, I don't think so. So was there any point to the big sell-off yesterday? I mean, yeah, longs took profits. Most of yesterday was longs taking profits. The 10-year yield flipped, so that scared a few people off, and then the Fed speakers were all being super hawkish. Not that their impact lasts long, but they've driven the market down into a range where it's significantly less bullish than it was around 4150. FSLR ripping for some reason. Energy might be doing good today. There could be something in the news. I don't know. That's kind of like a long short position. I wouldn't worry about. I wouldn't worry about it unless it's moving up to like 180 or something, or like 185. Yeah, it's still below 173. I wouldn't be super concerned with the 1% price improvement. Another rejection. Yeah, that's pretty bearish. Like I said, the trend is bearish, but there's a lot of volatility on. So when the bulls buy, the market maker's buying, and so you have more momentum on every candle than you normally would above, like in a gamma positive environment. So it's really when one breaks, and then we'll move hard either up or down. What are your SPX SPY put positions? For SPX, I have 4050 for Feb 24. I have 4,000 for March 17th, and I have 3750 and 3600 for March 31st. Oh, I also have some puts from last night. At uh, I'm straddled at 4080. Sorry. So I have calls and puts from. I haven't cut either one because we haven't really moved uh, enough in either direction. But those are short dated. Those are for the 14th. Ooh, Jimmy IV bumped again today. Interesting. Futures look like they're hitting, like, the rejection's not confirmed yet, but it's pretty close. Damn, I timed that one perfectly. Huh. I hit 10% on the cap position, like the 0 DTs, and I closed them. The market looked like it was gonna fail. I don't know if Dow is gonna continue up, but Cat's pretty heavily weighted in S&P too. So if S&P pulls back, it can draw down on Cat. And Cat's a liquid, so it moves hard with the market. That's on SPX 4000 April 21p. Not bad. I mean, lots of time. You ever find out if the Fed was selling tonight? I would get the data point tonight for yesterday. They might be. I know they were selling at the beginning of the month. Damn, Fubo got fucking hammered. 188. Yeah, futures kind of look like they're gonna sell off more. I don't know if they go back to 4070, but we've confirmed the breakdown. So ES maybe back to like 4075, which would put SPX around like 4066, 4067. I don't know if there's enough put interest down there to pull it down, but there could be some. What's a fair value for Fubo? I wouldn't I wouldn't try to identify Fubo's worthiness based on its fair value. Its fair value is probably like negative $2 a share or something. It's priced for bankruptcy, but I think they have a good plan to not go bankrupt. I sold Fubo $2 cover call 0 GT. How do I manage it? Let it ride. Buy back if underwater. $2 CC Fubo. How do I manage it? Let it ride and buy it back if underwater. I mean, Fubo's at like $1.88 right now. $1.87. So you're good, right? You don't need to do shit. I mean, you already captured the delta you sold. If you sold it in the money. BTU moving up hard. Oh, nice. Yeah, up 1% today. 1% is not hard, by the way, Sisyphus. Just FYI. Do you think 21 is possible on GME today? Not particularly, no. What's been your most glorious return from a bankruptcy play, besides Revlon, of course? GME? I did really well on BBBY.
Well, that lasted. I made a lot of money off Revlon before I lost it all on Revlon. Um, what about Lumen? It doesn't look very good right now. It looks like their guidance shit the bed. Or they're shorting positive earnings. You think short's getting out maybe? I don't know. I think it can bounce. Like it's bouncing. It hasn't confirmed it. It would need to move back above like 411, but there's I don't know. There's still a little room for it to sell off more. Yes, looks like it can still sell off more too. Um, Lumen got rid of their dividends. Oh, okay. That explains it. That could bounce back, turd. Yeah, it could bounce back from oversold. I'd confirm it for though. I'd confirm it for 10. But people may get back into it even though they cut their dividend. So, you're getting value investors are out, growth investors might come in. Their earnings was good. So, I think it's a nice opportunity. Okay. HBM good entry. Nice price. It's roughly at the median for my DCA range. Close. Median would be like well, it's like 503-ish. How do you think SPX options are going to play out next week? I don't know. What do you mean? You're going to be more specific? What do I think the SPX is going to do next week? I mean, we have 2 more days where we can still see upside, and we're in a range that's extremely volatile. Like we're above the JPM collar, but below gamma neutral. So really, unless we fall below the JPM collar again today, we're our chance of breaking up is still really high. Below the JPM collar, our chance of breaking up is very slim. I think there's time for us to realize an all-time low on Fubo. Did you do a write up or video on the JPM collar? No, they have like a white paper on how it's positioned. Can you put the JPM color on the screen? Yeah. Hold on. A second. Ah. The fuck was that? Adopted by Dan's. Thank you so much, guys. Give Adopted by Dan's a shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. I appreciate it, man. Do you like NTR or Moss better? I think Moss has better potash exposure, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for the SPX sell-off prediction. That one was pretty tight, but it worked out really well. Also, nice opportunity on Tesla for 0 DTEs. Those are 150%. 120, oh sorry, 125%. How do I inverse colors on my broker? I'm full bear. Just enjoy the red. Estimates on SPX downside? If we slip the collar here, we can go down pretty hard. ES still has room to sell off. It's yeah. I mean, ES can kind of just grind down in this range. I don't know if we slip the collar or not. If we do, then that's really bearish. Motley Fool touting Upstart is a smart buy. I'm just sell all my 90 shares for a $50 profit. I mean, that's a very violent reaction to what is basic fundamental analysis. Played Moss today. Yeah, cool. You just made Trash scream? What? Doing what? Ooh, thanks, Adopted by Dan's. Big orange line JPM collar? Yeah. Gork, I bought $19 puts for March. Why am I not a millionaire yet? Jesus Christ. Core and I are in VC, and I was rattling on about Tesla puts right before you called them out. Oh, nice. Did you grab some? They're doing very well. I mean, $560 is if you also bought 5 of them, $560 is more money than most people make in a week. Over the last 20 or 17 minutes. Jesus Christ. Are you gonna tell people my business? I didn't. S Rule, thank you so much, man. Guys, give S Rule a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. I appreciate it, dude. That's called a bear pennant on SPX. Ivy's so high on 0DT SPX contracts. Looks like a chop day. I guess market makers want their cut. Yeah, maybe. I don't know how choppy it's gonna be. Right now it's still looks pretty bearish. If there's gonna be a bounce though, it's gonna be now. So I'm gonna put a stop in. Stop limit. Let's go 15. Ooh. Did that slip? Tesla stopped. That was a good price. Jordan Arnold, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Alright, cool. Out of those.
Yeah.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it, dude. I'm a Dillionaire now. I finally had a day off mobile. Yeah, just to reiterate that for people, if you have an Apple device, sign up for Dillionaire or Pigeon Whale or whatever the fuck you're doing on your PC, or on YouTube's website directly. Apple charges like a 30% premium per month, which is bullshit. MRO calls, MGM puts. Ooh. That's on BTU April 30 Cs. That's literally the position I have. So, nice job picking it. Apple. I don't have any Apple calls. Right? I sold those when they were up, didn't I? Yeah, I don't have any Apple calls. My cost basis on the April 30s, 171. I was messing. Oh, because they charge to breathe. Yeah, fuck them. We're about to go, huh, Dad? What do you mean? Just made 600 to cover some of the losses from yesterday. Thanks for the SPX call out. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Not quite yet. This can still break up. Don't forget, net negative gamma, right? So be really cautious with the resistance points because they can break up rapidly. Are you hedging the downside on BTU earnings? No. I mean, sort of, but no. I don't think I really need to. My cost basis on my positions in like the $18 range. Well, 19. Thanks for the Tesla put call out. Yeah, that was a good one. Late to the game because of work. What's up with Upstart? Nothing. Do you plan on getting an SPX call hedge before the CPI print? I'll probably straddle the long, well, strangle the long side. I'm not super worried about how much CPI is going to make it run. Even if CPI is cooled a lot, I don't think it's going to like have that big of an effect because if SPX runs, I think we're just going to see more sell-offs for SLD. Chance GME pops its head above 20 again today? About as good as the chance of the market breaking gamma neutral, which is slim after being rejected once already. Fix it 21.28. BTU earnings might be very, very good. They should be. The only thing I'm worried about with BTU earnings is there's bit there early in the quarter there were some issues with like unionization in Australia and some there were like a couple shutdowns, but I think overall the uptime on the Australian operation this quarter is higher than the previous quarter. Even with that. Fibo 3P is 160 for Jan 24. Selling one means I will have $1.40 per share on assignment. What am I missing here? You tie up capital for a very long period of time. I trade better when I don't fall for short-term price swings. If I position CCs and CSPs for anticipated 2-week moves, I do well. Yeah. Buying back gets me in trouble. I need to trust myself. Yes, you do. That's very obvious. You are a lot of your positioning, your mistakes in your positioning are due to skittishness. There's been a lot of rain that closed some mines. That was more recently though. So that'll affect next quarter. Alright, so for Upstart, we're wanting a little theta to try and capture both Feb and possibly March OPEX. If I understood your DD right. Yeah, but not yet. It's too soon. I wouldn't be looking to enter positions just yet. We still have SLD next week. And they have a decent amount of shorting they can do on Upstart, which they're probably saving that liquidity for earnings. What happens to the market if Russia uses a small nuke on Ukraine? Oh, shit's gonna go crazy and VIX is gonna go sky high. Late to the Tesla party, I managed to buy a put at the bottom. I lost 20 bucks in 15 seconds. Fucker. Don't chase. So you bought a put after I closed mine? Pong. Do you ever get tired or bored of just waiting for something to play out? No. I stay pretty excited about most of my positions until I'm done with them. Yes, consumer sentiment came out. It was kind of a mixed bag. Short-term inflation, shitty. Long-term inflation, the same. Consumer sentiment up, but consumer expectations are down. So over the last period, consumers have been happier, but they're not expecting that to get better. Five seconds before you got stopped. So yeah, if I'm up 125% or 150% on a position, probably don't get that position, Pong. I lost so much on SPX this week. It's not even funny. I'm never playing zero GTEs again. If I do it, ban me for a month. I mean, I'm not gonna remember that or care. But don't play them if you're losing that much money on them. Don't play them. Don't play them until you've practiced more. You shouldn't be losing that much money if you're trading with stops. That was in response to a question about buying 180p's on Tesla for March. Trash. Not zero DTEs on the trend shift. I lost 1K yesterday accidentally. No stops. Whoops. That happens. Do they require a detailed history major degree for your Series 7? I don't think there's a degree requirement. NVIDIA trying to slip the 213 resistance. SPY 360p safe? No. It's not much. It was like 1.5k, but basically my entire degen account, the frothiness equals many stops equals many losses. Hear me out, Russell, my jimmies. On days where uncertainty is high, like the last couple days, straddle consolidation instead of picking a direction. Especially when VIX is rising and volatility in the market is increasing over the course of the day. So you can just enter zero DTE straddles, cut the loser, follow the winner with stops, right? It's a much easier way of trading that kind of scenario where you're less exposed to loss. Are you gonna jump into a 4080p again at a fail of GM? I don't know. I might jump into a 4080 call or 4090 call. Yeah. Here, I'll try to focus on playing this right. On the Weeble account. So, you know, I would set a stop at like 10% risk, so that's 890. Stops out. So then you would wait. So that's basically how you buy an option at a resistance test like that, where you don't know if it's going to break up or down. You just buy a call, set a stop. Then if it moves against you, no, it's fine. It's a good example. If it moves against you, you get stopped out, right? Do you ever use Stotch to time entries and exits? You can. It's okay. So, had you bought the straddle, you'd be writing the put nicely, yes? Yeah. Well, you'd be in the put. You'd be stopped out of the call. You'd probably also be stopped out of the put at this point, so you'd be just neutral. Yeah, this still looks kind of bullish. Uh, so a little wider stop because it's so volatile. GPI puts and win puts. Win's probably not a bad one. This is what I meant earlier if I asked if we were about to go. I don't know. I don't feel like we're doing a lot of going. We might retest gamma neutral. When you analyze a 10Q, what do you look for? Income, cash flow, debt, like EBITDA or EBITDA ratio, like EV EBITDA. So this is, I mean, theoretically, this is already a profitable position, right? It's up 12. You know, you would start moving your stops up at this point to your cost basis. Now, if it continues up, you know, you can start moving your stop into a range where you would take profit, right? And it looks like that could be a thing. Would MACD or RSI help with the timing of the buy-in? You know, neither one of those are very good on smaller time scales. So they're not great intraday trading signals. Probably slightly faster moving averages than I'm using here. Like a 3 and a 9. Okay, so now the position is at 20%. It's profitable. So you move your stop into the range where you would take 8% or 10% rather. So that's now the stop's at 10%. Potential profitability is at 20. Obviously, we're in a really high volatility environment, so these stops are, yeah. So stopped out at 10% profits. But that's how you manage it, right? Especially with a small account, you don't do the shit I do, where I buy like 20 zero DTs and see what happens. I can afford to lose, you know, 5-6 grand a day for fun. I'll do more of them in the future. Don't worry, C-Mill. I need to figure out a way to get OBS to capture the little pop-up windows so you can actually see the order being placed. But that's you know, you got stopped out of one, you made your 10% back. You're break even on the two positions, the two attempts. Honestly, like if I wasn't trying to do it as an example, I would have set my stops a little wider. Because we're in a really volatile area. Like between the straddle and gamma neutral is extremely volatile. So I probably would have, and zero DTs have very volatile spreads as well. So yeah, that's stuff that you can consider later though, right? Like that's as you become more advanced, you can start to adjust your positioning, but when you're first starting off, you want to be really strict about it. Okay, I'll try to clip it. Actually, if someone, yeah, YouTube's not letting me clip right now. If someone could, and you put the timestamp for the whole thing in the clips tags channel, I'll try to get it clipped later. I don't know if anybody's not busy right now because YouTube's not letting me use the fucking clip feature. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I refreshed it. It might be working now. Okay, I think I clipped it. All right. So what's important about that is your risk is fixed from your position entry. So you've taken a $600 entry, you've set a 10% risk, right? So you have 540 stop, which means your max risk is $60, right? On 10% profitability, you've reduced your max risk to 0. 20% profitability, you're now at $60 profit, right? Above 20%, so you're correct on the direction of the trend, then you can continue to capture profits and move your stop up level by level, right? Um, and the idea behind that is, you can, for that initial $600, that your risk premium, you can enter 10 positions before you lose your risk premium. It doesn't matter what you base it on, stop, like mid, last, ask, bid. It just matters that you're consistent with that definition that you've chosen. Thoughts on Netflix puts with the new password sharing rules. I can't see how they don't see a loss in revenue and subscribers. I mean, it's only in Canada right now. They'll get more subscribers because other people will be cut off. Hopefully, they pull back on their implementation of it, but I think it could lead to higher revenues in the future. So near term negative, long term probably bullish. Why is setting stops on TDA like doing brain surgery? I think that's my problem. Is I actively manage instead of setting stops. Yeah, stops are the best. They just prevent all the bad things from happening to you, right? Stop limit, not stop loss. Stop limits are ideal, but stop losses are okay. Generally, stop losses when you're chasing like a peak. So you've gotten a breakout, and you want to try to fill on a market order while volatility is high at the peak, right? Stop losses are great in that situation. Stop limits pretty much all the rest of the time. What should I be looking for in VIX position to hedge violent downside? I'm looking at long dated in the money calls, maybe 200 DTE, 18C for 0.8 delta. That's more of a positional hedge. Okay, for a position hedge. Yeah, that's not bad. 0.8 delta. A lot of my like VIX hedge is 0.6 to 0.8. And yeah, 180 DTE or greater. If I was sharing my Netflix account with someone, I just tell them they have to go pay for it on their own now. I'm not canceling my own. I mean, as someone who shares his Netflix account with a lot of people, Well, if they implement that rule, yeah, I'm just gonna be like, sorry guys. And either they'll want to keep having Netflix, or they'll illegally download movies. Spy 400p for next Friday. I'm trying to get SLD exposure. Should I be closer to the money, farther dated? For SLD, you want to be within a 200 BPS range. So you want your strikes roughly 100 BPS from spot. Because you want to bet on the most conservative outcome, not the most, like, you don't want to bet that it's going to go down 300 BPS and position 200 BPS out of the money, especially with the sell off into the end of this week, which could potentially reduce the amount of sell off we see during SLD. On individual stocks, it's absolutely true that market makers will go stop loss hunting, and they'll do it to extreme levels, far more so than they will on SPX. SPX is more advantageous to traders because the market makers have to behave. They take risk where they can, but for the most part, they are very well behaved. The amount of risk taken in a very narrow range can be enormous. Remember that, like, the total hedge on market makers, like, continuously on SPX, is in the hundreds of millions per dollar move. And so if you try to stop loss hunt and you aren't hedged appropriately, and it wicks against you, you can lose billions in seconds. So yeah, the market makers on SPX are much 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 more well behaved. Reddit's sentiment on the Netflix password sharing ban is not what I would base any financial decisions on. They just love to be outraged. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it's going to be as bad as people are making it seem. I'm catching up on today's stream as fast as possible. Is selling $19 GME cover calls expiring next week smart? You Pi-Fi, you gay bear. I mean, I don't know if it's smart, but I've sold some. I have like a few hundred $19 covered calls out for next week. I have some at 1850 for Feb 24th. And then I sold the rest out of the money. Out of the money. So at the money yesterday would have been like $20. So 217.19 CCs. I mean, I have some of those out, yeah. HBO is still better than Netflix. I don't know. I watch both. I think for most people with just like that have disposable income, they're just gonna get all of the ones that are worth getting. Because being limited is inconvenient, right? You talk a bit about how to calculate identify resistance levels on SPX and stocks. I mean, you can just use charts and volume. It's perfectly fine. Explain vertical call spreads. Like, I'm a lactose intolerant man from Wisconsin in his mid 50s with hearing loss in his left ear from his time in the Navy. Sure, no problem, popcorn trader. We need a pull for what? SPX Dumpty Doodah. Or just chop from collar to GN all day. Trading that range is not a bad play though. It's really not. There's a lot you can do in that range. Popcorn time is free if I want to watch something. Yeah, I mean there's always outs. You fubbing the mic aggravated my tinnitus. That was the point. Did you not hear the original question? Fuck off. BTU, don't do a sell-off again, please. You really need to stop watching that all day, every day when you have April calls. Like, look at something else. TDA doesn't show volume on SPX, or do you mean options volume? I meant options volume. Or futures volume. Both are fairly indicative. I'm gonna go make white. Yeah, do that a bunch and so you can relax. I wish I would have bought more CSP on Upstart. You don't buy CSPs, you sell them. You wish you sold more CSPs on Upstart? Why? It's going generally when the price is dropping, selling CSPs isn't the best. Oh, I've been buying CSPs. Is that why I'm poor? Probably. I've already made money on April BTU 30Cs. Today's a good day to buy more for later. Yeah, it's not bad. Buy more puts. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're fine. Ooh, Jamie fucking tanked hard. Fun. The fuck? Why isn't that changing? Hmm. Dear God. This is getting the shit kicked out of it. Baba puts her up. This would BTU Gen 24 calls. I'm only up about 1% on the day. I'm literally about to have a mental breakdown. I hate YouTube. I swear it shadows all of my messages. Stop cursing. Where do you see CVS heading with a downturn in the market? I have jam leaps that are at 15%. Healthcare should do well. Bullish earnings. Yeah, but they're also a retailer. I don't know if they're the best exposure to healthcare right now. I'm not a big fan of CVS. I've played it a few times. But I haven't liked it for a few months. Earnings are okay. A slight recovery in revenues. Or okay recovery in revenue, slight recovery in EPS. EPS is still fairly low. I would say that it looks like it's about capped out on its near-term price action. So it's at resistance here at $90. It could fail. Profit margins are looking a little bit better since last quarter, but their profits suck. I didn't look at their last earnings very closely. Yeah, cash flow is down hard in quarter 4 of 2022. So, it might take the market a minute to realize that, but that's not a good sign. They are starting to pay down some of their liabilities. Their liabilities are nuts too. Current liabilities of 72.4 billion. So, long term, not the healthcare exposure I'm a big fan of. Don't get me wrong. I know they're pushing into that like single patient care shit where you like go in and see a nurse practitioner like urgent care. Um, but with everyone losing their jobs, that's probably going to put more strain on like Medicare and be better for hospitals, right? So if unemployment rates go up, then Medicaid or whatever the fuck it's called, Medicaid participation. Also, more boomers getting older, so Medicare and Medicaid participation are going to increase, and they're less likely to use an urgent care. I did manage to clip the stop thing. I'm 1700 in the red on my 24 GME calls expiring Feb 24th. I'm gonna wait and hope. I wouldn't do that. Waiting and hoping seems like a terrible fucking idea. The current trend for GME is more illiquid and down, and the trend is only getting stronger. It's up to you, of course. I mean, you can wait and hope, but that's not a very good investment strategy. Although telemedicine and future of healthcare stuff is way too early for adoption now, the fundamentals aren't there. Uh, yeah, I think it's a bit early. Feb 17, 23 cc's on GME this morning, up 33%. Take profits now before GME recovers here. Uh, why is it going to recover? But GME's still got a lot of liquidity to dump. If the market grinds down another step and moves towards like 40.65, it's not going to be good for it. I'm up 25% on the ones I sold yesterday at 19. I'm probably not going to move those at all. Don't let your positions get that far underwater, Britton. Seriously, if you're managing a smaller portfolio, never allow for a contract to be more than 50% underwater, and that's only if it has like a shitload of theta. And you should really never even be in that position, because if you have a long dated position and it's 50% down, you should be averaging it. Yeah, 80% is unless it's like zero DTEs and you're just like your premium is your max risk. You should never let any position move that far against you. SPX 3800 puts 331, too far out of the money. I'm thinking of entering some more now. My 3750s are up right now. So I'd imagine the premium price on them is a little high, but they're not bad. You need what for break even? You're gonna need 3850s entered at today's price. Well, that also depends on VIX increasing, but March 31, 3800. Your break even's at 37.60, which is kind of in the low range of an expected move, but you're profitable. You're profitable at basically below. Into the end of the month, you're profitable on any prices below 4,000. So 39.50 or 3,900 has decent profitability. That's without factoring any increase in VIX. If you factor in like a 4% increase in VIX, you're pretty profitable under the collar. So VIX to like 25. I don't know if VIX will move up that hard for SLD. We probably need something more than that to happen. But I wouldn't bank on VIX too much. Maybe like 1.5%. Which gives you break even at 37.60, but profitable below. Yeah, your profitability remains below 39.75 into the end of February. So not awful. Decent amount of time. It puts on Norwegian Cruise Lines up 25%. I hate that company. I mean, they don't have. Do they really have a lot of like downside room besides bankruptcy? Should you be averaging? I mean, it depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There's no clear cut answer for that. Some traders will tell you that you should absolutely cut any losing position whenever it occurs. Some traders, are more confident in their analysis over a period of time on a swing trade, and they will average down within certain ranges, cut at others. Puts on anything would have been good today, Bruce. Do some TA and our viewership numbers since March. It appears we may hit our viewer goal of 600, which is our best indicator for a GME run. It really is. I don't think we're going to though. Maybe. We're still floating around 1,000. I haven't pissed off enough people yet. Are puts on Baba still worth it, or is it chasing now? I don't think they're not worth it. And Baba's at like what, 103? They're still not terrible. I mean, it's kind of in between my midpoint price target and my risk, so it's not an ideal position entry, but it's okay. Do you ever swing trade shares? Yeah, if I can't buy options. I like options better. Say that Melissa was on 120 2021 and that you hate dogs. I've said those things. Do you think Jimmy could see 15? That's a bit of it's a bit of a stretch. It's not that it can't, it could, but it'll depend on if we run during Feb OPEX or March OPEX. If we run in March OPEX, absolutely. If they use the Feb deferral and they clear ETF FTDs at the beginning of March, then fuck yeah, we can go back to 15. But if we run in Feb OPEX, I don't think they have enough time. If I knew, if I was confident that they wouldn't use the deferral or they would use the deferral, I would have sold covered calls at like $16 instead of $19. CC's on Jimmy, long short SPY. I hope SPY tanks and profit and then put it into Jimmy leaps when it hits $15. If it hits $15. They don't have to. They just don't have to use deferrals. It doesn't matter how the fucking market looks. There have been deferrals where they have not taken advantage of them and they have just covered. November 2021, for example. I decided to stop messing with 40% profits on baby cover calls on GME. I full ported 1750 CC March 17 on GME. Time to ride. Thanks for guaranteeing a Feb OPEX, JFresh. Where could one get puts on Linuxus? The best way to deal with social media influencers is to forget about them. I'm going to see what happens at Upstart earnings and days following before I sell more covered calls. Okay, that's fair. If the market moves up a bit, I think we can see Goog bouncing back to 100. Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's a bit oversold. Purpose of selling deep in the money calls? Oh, that depends. You expect a period of downwardly revised forward guidance and lower earnings, and you want to capture the upside while maintaining your ownership of the underlying. So, like me on AMD, right? Like, I want to keep holding AMD. I don't want to buy it again until it's in like the $50 range. But I also want the money that it's currently trading at until I buy more average down, right? So what I'm doing is I'm taking like a $40 loan out per share for 1 year, right, with no interest. And then ideally, you know, I see, well, it's not 40, it's actually 30, but ideally I see, you know, AMD below $50. At which point I can then, you know, close this position out and buy more AMD. But in the meantime, you know, I have $30 per share to fuck around with. I can use that to buy protective puts. I can use that to short SPX. I can use it for all kinds of things that aren't part of buying and holding AMD. Thoughts on 317 target 160p? I like it. I don't like that earnings is in the middle of it. So I like it. I like it a lot for SLD, although 165 is probably better. There's a there's a decent decent enough reason to expect longs to take profit right now. The pullback could be to 160, but it may not be. I don't know how hotly their earnings are anticipated. Not very. So their next earnings is kind of easy to beat. They could see a beat. Quarter one's generally not great for them. Oh no, this is quarter four. Sorry, yeah, quarter four is usually pretty good for them. So I wouldn't want to hold it past earnings or into earnings. Maybe you could take advantage of the IV bump nearing earnings. They do have a dividend in a couple days. There could be some more sell off after that. So there's a decent amount of reason to expect some downside, but I think 160 may be just a little too far out of the money. You'll have the theta, so you'll hit. You won't go in the money necessarily, but you could go you could be profitable on it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you'll hit break even on a 160. 165, you probably would. When Fubo earnings pre-announcement? I don't know. Fubo earnings are further out, Feb 24th. Are they doing some sort of pre-announcement? Not wanting to hold through earnings. Oh, okay. Yeah. If you can if its price continues to decline into earnings, the increase in volatility could be really really awesome on the position, especially since you're buying like the extra theta. Upfront. So you're not really paying the upfront cost for IV, but as time moves on, IV will rise. It might offset some of your theta decay. Is it true that if you don't use it, you lose it? I don't know. Probably. There have been times where I've taken like 2 or 3 days away from the market to do other shit. And when I come back, I feel like completely lost. I hate that. Could Fubo be acquired? Potentially, yeah. If they continue to accumulate content, then yeah, they become a more and more attractive acquisition. Still holding both sides of your straddle? Yeah. Yeah, I am. Well, either we fall below the collar or we break away from it. I don't know if we'll get either one today. It's a Friday. So we may just bounce around in between the two. But I can roll my call like my strength straddle out. So I'll like add like 3 days of theta to it. Are people waiting on the speech to pick a direction? I think one of the Fed presidents has already spoken, right? Oh no, Waller speaks at 12:30. Maybe. Harker's after market close. Is this a descending wedge on SPX? Yeah, it's better on the 5 minute, but it's still bearish. Like this period is a descending wedge, right? No, it's more of a pennant, actually. Yeah, like another bear pennant, or you could say it's a consolidating wedge, but the trend is bearish. So the continuation of that would be bearish. I think that's better than focusing on the pennant here in the intraday. Can you roll options with unsettled cash? It depends on your brokerage and if you're you have a margin account or not, I think. You should be able to. As long as the options weren't bought with unsettled cash. I know you hate NVIDIA questions right now, but a quick yes or no question. Have downside targets substantially changed on the play? I mean, they're higher because the price of the underlying went up so much, so you can shift price targets higher. Expected valuations, no. I still think NVIDIA is worth like 100, but it could take longer to drop just because the price is currently higher. Don't ignore my pull request. What's your pull request? Is your question, are we going to pop or button the collar? Victor, what's up? Is Tesla dead? Probably. It's getting close. Play Rebecca Black song Friday, yes or no? I'll give you an answer right now. Absolutely fucking not. No problem, Sloppy Poppy. Thanks, man. Do you feel like Feb or March has a better chance of GME MOAS? I don't think either one has a chance of that. I do think Feb and March have equal potential. We just don't know if they're going to use the ability to defer or not. You think RC is losing his ability to sway amateur investors based on JWN losing steam so quickly? Too many scorned Bobby regards? Maybe. I don't know. JWN's just like not that interesting to people. It's not a very volatile stock. It doesn't do too much crazy shit. They're like a big like dividend stock. So it's less memey, less implied volatility, generally speaking. After Tesla ran 100% up, I'm only down 90%. Jesus fucking Christ, man. You gotta stop betting on Tesla. You've been betting on Tesla since I met you 2 years ago. And I don't think you've ever successfully made money on it. Maybe before that, but I know since November of 2021, it's been all downhill. Heard you're the official trader for Prime Energy Drink. And we're getting Jake Paul for Sunday interview. I don't know who that is and or what that is, but no. The real bag holders of GME are the C-suite. It's true. I bought an SPX 4000P for March 3rd. Am I doing this right to capture SLD? Yeah, it's probably okay. Yeah, but you still own Bobby, so it's like you could have done that on any other stock and at least owned something that was worthwhile. I know you've explained this before, but do you mind running over why runs during OPEX is so much more advantageous instead of a deferred inter OPEX run? Runs during OPEX are more advantageous for those who are short volatility because they reposition for that time period. And so they're able to capture the upside. As we saw with the defer pex period, they did not want it running hard because they don't want their giant long volatility positions burned out on a little tiny increase in volatility. They want to make money off of it. And the best time for that to do it is when the market maker is most exposed and they are properly positioned, which is after OPEX. So ideally, all of their shit expires into OPEX, then they're long vol after, and then the ETF starts buying, they pull back their short calls, and then the market maker's hedge flips, which drives volatility far higher than it ever should be. Similarly burnt, they took advantage a little bit of the run that we did get, the spike in IV we did get. They definitely made some profits, but not as much as they would like. Some of those positions are still in place. Some have rolled out to March 17. After being bent over the SGA 0, DTs on SPX recovering nicely today. Thank you, Pickle. You're welcome. Congratulations, man. So it's really advantageous for short volatility players to have the run during OPEX. That's where they want it. That's the best time. That's when they can drive IV to like obscene levels, like 200%, 300%, 400%. So yeah, I mean, if you still go back in time, all of GME's largest runs, sustained runs, occur on OPEX. There's no question about that. But we haven't had one of those in a while, which is it's frustrating. I know. But I didn't mind the like slow defer period we just had. That was kind of nice. I got to take profits and reposition a few times. It wasn't very stressful. It wasn't like OPEX where you've got these massive positions moving and you've got to fucking try to flip everything in like 2 days. Nice slow grind up. Not bad. Easy to sell CCs because the downside's slow. They still have a bunch of shit they haven't covered, which is risky. But I like how we were able to hone in on the exposure and find the period in which it was going to occur. So that's I'm pretty stoked about that moving forward. Because we can only get better at that. And we could get better at it on other stocks too. Sometimes where the potential is greater. Do you have a PT on Baba? Yeah, it's like 95, 60 something. It's in the DD. They don't lose. That's the point. That's why it's disadvantageous to try to position against them. That's why JFresh keeps telling everyone stop buying weeklies and giving them your money. All you're doing is driving up volatility for them to short more. I love you. I love Pickles Picks. I love being a pigeon whale. I love being full bear. I love being red and green. Most importantly, fuck the pores. Thanks, Cobra. Fix SPX, please. Why? Down is what we want, right? Did you guys not see the post and announcements? At the bears, the dancing bears. It's bear time. God damn it, Pajama Samurai. Can you sum up all the points you've covered this week? I'm Big Bear now. Collar a support? Yeah. Yeah. It's a support when approached on a declining market, and it's a resistance on a trending market. I have a hard time seeing those charts on my phone. You should be able to open them and zoom in on them. They're like 2K images, so you should be able to zoom way the fuck in on them. Get into the Chala. Is there both Feb OPEX and March OPEX, or just a March OPEX that they defer Feb to March? There's just a Feb OPEX. So here's the deal. Feb is the culmination of obligations from December through end of November. So November OPEX. So November 20, is it 21st? Through Feb 18th. Is it Feb 18th? Hold on. I gotta check my dates. Feb 17th. And November. I think November's right. Yes. November 21st through Feb 17th. And this is the Feb OPEX obligation period. Now if they defer Feb, then we get March OPEX. And we know that they can defer this. Will they? We don't know. March OPEX is interesting. March OPEX represents like probably the biggest risk of the year. So I think the reason that we see them cover on F-Man is they want their obligations balanced going into MJSD. Because this is when they're audited. So by covering on F-Man, they're always covered a month in advance of their audit. Now, if XRT is put on Reg Show, then we see covering in the audit month. If we break down past the color, where are we headed? Further down? It's on the front, Mike. What the fuck is F-Man? I mean, technically it's a misnomer. It's the schedule on which options contracts are open. We use it to describe the OPEX period in which monthly contracts are closed out. Missed best entry for NVIDIA puts? Maybe. NVIDIA has a ton of downside. I'm not really concerned with buying them right now. So if we break SPY 400 possible, or if we break the collar is 400 possible, and more possible. Oh, we have a new mic. One that asks Centaur Wang questions and one that forgets their numerology meds. Mesa was confused briefly. What does a break above or a fall below VWAP suggest? A break above suggests that buy pressure is stronger than sell pressure, and a fall below implies that sell pressure is stronger than buy pressure. Are my Baba 100 Ps going in the money today. I don't. They could. What's your PT on Baba? It's in the DD. Huh. If the hedge is underwater but still has theta, hold in case the trade turns around, or cut and salvage the few bucks that are left. It depends on how much theta and how much you need that hedge. If you consider doing a weekly stock pick, what you're looking at for the week ahead and why. I do that every week. No, not DD on Reddit. Really? Do? Oh, fuck off. Jesus Christ. Children. Actual fucking children. If you did that, you might be able to gain some additional monetization. That's literally what pickles picks are. I do them every single week. They're in the Dillionaire Discord. I stop trying to gaslight me. If you do something, why do it for free? Never. Why would anybody do anything for free? That's ridiculous. You already have access to it, JC. You're a fucking pigeon whale. You could probably charge like $100 for that. I could, but I don't. I could charge a lot more than $100 for that. I thought I only had access to Witnesses, Plebs, and Poor Chat. No, you have access to everything, including my OnlyFans. You should start a YouTube channel where you talk about stocks and maybe try to teach people stuff. Yeah, that sounds like a waste of my time. You could charge $100 per quarter hour for that. Have you thought about streaming every trading day and teaching people how to trade? No. That seems like an interesting idea, but really time consuming. Do you think people will listen, Ben? All the people telling you could charge more. I know I could charge more. If you charge 100 more, then I'd have to raise my investing blog prices where we ghost your plays and pretend they're mine. I think Billionaire's Pickles picks are great for newer options traders like me. 100 is definitely worth, but it makes it hard to justify paper trading. Yeah, I know, and that's why I haven't, because I want it to be an educational tool. Believe me, like, as much as I like you guys, if I was gonna charge more, right, I would just go and find people with money and be like, hey, give me all your money and I'll make it into more money. And then I would charge them a performance fee on their millions or billions of dollars, and I wouldn't fucking talk to any of you at all. So, yeah. Let's do that. Why would I bring you along? You don't even know what the fuck Vana is. Done. I'm sending you my bank info via carrier pigeon as we speak. The last time it got shot by your neighbor, though. You should do that. It sounds like a better use of everyone's time. It's a better use of mine. But I like wasting time. Rude. She flips the letters on Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, that's it. Are we gonna fall through the piece of shit collar or what? I mean, we kind of did. Now we're bouncing off of it. I don't think things are getting more bullish right now. Ban whoever said that. I tried to join Jillionaire, but I think I have YouTube TV now. I don't know what that means. Is Girk trying to force OPEX through viewer accounts? All the people telling you that you could charge more are same like kid in class who tells the teacher. You said that before. You should get a terrible degen and teach them how to not be so terrible on stream. I volunteer. I mean, if I picked anyone, it would be Popcorn Trader, right? He's got an actual problem. I have money though, so I'm okay with doing this for now. If I start running out of money, then I go find rich people. You only read the first half and told me you know. I read the whole thing the first time. I would legit sign up for Dillionaire, but I don't know how. I don't either. I don't know. I feel it's like it's almost 7 years now. Paris. Jesus Christ. Last year I thought Popcorn Trader seemed pretty smart, so I followed him on CERN. Oh. How much are you up from your original 25K? I don't know. I don't think I've ever thought about it that way. Hmm. Very roughly, more than 150,000%. That's rounded a lot, but to join Zillionaire, I hit the dollar icon next to the smiley face under where I type replies to this chat box. See, I don't have that on my screen. I've never created anything. It's really super, like, not difficult at all to become a Zillionaire. There's a button that says join when you look at the stream on a computer. Okay. It's like throwing dollar bills at a stripper. Yeah, sometimes I even take my shirt off. Thank you, Ben. And welcome aboard, whoever accepts the gift. Rick Yeats. Welcome to Cornishon.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
But what does Rick yeet? That's only half the sentence. He just yeets. Well, I mean, anything, right? I'm on mobile, yo. Can't you do it through the YouTube app? Or using like some other app? Go to youtube.com on your phone's browser. Boom, computer. Last month's CPI was revised -1 to +1. I know. Semi-serious question. With weekend streams generally open to the public now, and Cornishon's giving gifted so much recently, is there even a point to keeping the Long Johnson tier? Probably. I don't know. I mean, eventually I'm going to cut the pores out of the weekend streams. Like, maybe this week. We don't have, like, anything going on next week. So generally I open the weekend streams to the pores because there's shit going on with like GME and Upstart. But right now there's nothing going on with them. So I have nothing to talk to the pores about. So fuck them. Fuck the pores. Maybe I'll open it up to Cornishons. I don't really know. YouTube made me create like a predefined number of levels. It was hard to figure it out. They made me make that hostage video that I'm sure you've all seen. It was hard to figure out. Equals Girk didn't want to spend more than 15 seconds on it, so he forever hates it. Yeah. And then YouTube suggestions are useless. They're like, oh, and you can create special content for this level and this level. Fuck that. Wouldn't Pontiff stream? I don't know. As soon as someone becomes one. My wife hears your voice every Sunday and says you sound like Cartman. Really? I don't think I sound like Cartman. Maybe. I create special content every morning. Good for you. First name, last name. Is Waller hawkish? Yeah, it's one of the hawkish ones. You sound like Cartman on 2x speed. Oh, okay. No, that's part of the Pontiff meetup. They have to agree. I'm not meeting up with any of you people privately without other people watching everything. The stream would be like the chaperone. Please, oh please, why no potential for T5 from Feb 6th? I don't know. Doesn't look like there is any. There might have been a little left over this morning, but it's gone now. You need to listen to Mr. Beast for content. Who's that? Please leave room for Jesus between you and any potential pontiffs. What was all that talk about co-streaming in my basement cabin in the woods? Dear God. He makes money giving money away. Interesting. Like Pulte? The money I've paid for Dillionaire is probably the best investment I've ever made in my life, and I truly mean that. I've learned so much in the last 2 years. Thanks for what you do. Thanks, Insanity. I appreciate that, man. That's awesome. Mr. Beast is a successful at YouTube. Oh, okay. That's the opposite of me. I've had the same number of subscribers for like fucking 6 months. I'm also permanently like shadow banned. The algorithm does not enjoy me. Thanks for all of the learning, Girk. In the last 17 months, I've completely changed the way I trade, and I am making good profits. One thing still confuses me though. Do puts cost same like shares? Yes, they do, Slizzard. Also, congratulations, man. That's awesome. He has 133 million subscribers. How many of those are bots, though? I mean, like 60% of you guys are bots. We got tired of liking the videos because you kept letting the pores into our streams. It's not that. It's because, like, every time Superstar gets hyped up, they come here and they report the stream a bunch. He makes 100K a day on YouTube? Jesus fucking Christ. Looks like Waller said something bullish. Why is the market hanging on Waller's words? I agree. The money I've spent on Zillionaire has changed my future in the market. I've learned so much. I may not make a lot, but I'm improving. Selling CCs will really help when I'm not a poor. Yeah. It's a grind to get up to a point where you start making money, but remember that like once you start making money, the momentum of that carries forward. Like a snowball going downhill. Kind of look like him too. Weird. I don't know who he is. I'll look it up. I know you're bullish on some commodities. I imagine these plays are at least June 2024 commitment and has higher probability of going either way in the next couple of months. Did I get that right? Sort of, yeah. I don't think they're going to go either way in the next couple of months. I think commodities are going to start to warm up as we approach the middle of the year, and then they could really start to heat up into the end of the year next year. Zillionaire membership in the Pickle Man is probably the best source of practical market knowledge and trading. Truly the best. Thanks, Kirk. Thanks, man. You guys are being so emotional. Do you feel emasculated yet? No. Gork, now I'm down 200 today. How? What are you doing? I blame you. I know you blame me, but why? Making money, same as trickle down theory. FYI, I sold 30 GME shares at a 7% loss. So we'll probably MOAS today. Oh, okay. Why'd you do that? Fuck you, quant me. Difficult. I don't know being nice because 2 green candles on SPX. Oh. Thanks, Logic. Shaving balls, you figured it out. Look at you. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we
Congratulations on your puts, Bruce.
hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
Brother, man, having a trading mentor like yourself who consistently shows how to make money while not expecting anything from us, while dealing with dumb Sally complaining saint. Thanks, man. I whoopsied when I was supposed to oopsie. Oh, okay. Is natural gas a part of CPI? My home costs are up 180% year over year. It's not part of core inflation. Am I become quant admin? No. Houses are still getting cheaper. I YOLO'd into puts at open. Wait, okay, how the fuck are you down then? How have you lost money? They quit trading. Are they like, did you YOLO into like 4,000 puts at open? Should I quit trading now and ask questions later? I didn't realize you'd started actively trading. It's funny how the things we literally have to buy to survive are not figured into the inflation everyone cares about. Well, it's best to ignore those things. Because anybody with money can afford them, right? So they don't... People with money only look at the core CPI. I don't care if gas is $7 a gallon. Everyone's gonna be Quadman, it's me. That's true. You and Carl actually both have reserved quant slots. Maybe. Depending on how I feel that day. I'd use my laptop rather than phone. How was that for you? What is with the carrots? Did Waller say something bullish? I don't know. The market jumped up at like 2 minutes into his speech, so who knows? I don't want quant admin. I want to very specifically get into the quant cord, time out JFresh, and then you can unquant me and my life will literally be complete. Once a quant, always a quant. There's a blood oath that has to be signed before you can join that Discord. So you can't leave. If you time out JFresh in that Discord, you would have to stay there for the rest of your life afterwards and deal with the consequences. Grab mentality. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, girl.
When I purchase Pontiff, would you prefer I feed you sugar cubes or apples? You're actually not allowed to legally disclose whether I'm a centaur or not during the period of time we spend together. You can't just not be on the spectrum. Quant life. Would it make sense for Waller to be walrus-ish? I don't know if that's a personality trait that's currently defined in modern economics. No, forever. Would a pontiff get to ride you? It really depends on what they look like. Swinging Spy paid for much of the front beds going in today. Now my worthless meetings make money. The mulch in my front beds. Oh, nice. You picked up some mulch? That's exciting. Have renewed like 5 times now. Yeah, I feel like I've seen your name a lot. Thanks again for Zim info all those months ago. That's still paying for these subs. This time it's NVIDIA puts printing. Much love, bro. Nice crab. Congratulations, dude. Are the Ponts invited to the Pontiff Hangout? Quant's invited to the Pontiff Hangout? I mean, if they want to hang out, yeah. Is there anyone you'd pay Pontiff level to hang out with? Fuck no. No. Grim2, you've got it all wrong. This is what pickle jar ports look like. The baseline is always broke. Yo, that's my port. Why do you say something so controversial yet so true? Will it stay that way in a bull market? We'll see. I think over time, as people do less and less OPEX and more other shit, then the baseline trend is getting better over time. My baseline goes below 0. What are you, popcorn trader? You forgot to add in arrows for injections of new capital after overholding on OPEX. We'll be streaming for at least 8 years and 1 month, so I can get a doctorate in financial mathematics and become a quant for a month and make back the $500,000 I spent on school. That's a lot of work. I mean, if you're gonna go through all of that, yeah, I'd consider adding you. Talk about Fubo, please. It's at like $2.08. Will we ever see a bull market again? 2 to 3 years. Fed Harker, it's more likely now that we'll be able to get a soft landing. Is Harker even speaking right now? Where is this coming from? Check the date on that, because Waller's speaking right now. Harker doesn't speak till 4 p.m. The bull market is commodities. I will stream until I'm bored with streaming. And then I'll do something else. He just yelled it out from the crowd. Just sell $20 GME 17 CCs on all my shares. Since it's SLD next Friday, low chance of getting assigned. Yeah, I mean, you have a pretty low chance of getting assigned at 20. The bull market is now if you're a bear. It's true. And if you're a bull. Bear markets are awesome. Do you understand that, chat? We cannot allow ourselves to become boring. We got Hawker, he's devish. Bullard, he's hawkish. Need some more perm streams and shirtless streams? I don't know. You have to admit, we're pretty entertaining sometimes. So far. That says, don't buy puts before the market crash. Sounds like the Fed has some more bags they want to dump above 4,100. Nvidia at 150, shirt comes off. Not yet. My biggest fear is that guy who sends you the nipple videos all the time will send you one too many, and you'll stop streaming forever. That's something you should be concerned about. Don't worry, he'll need us. The frozen bodies in his serial killer freezers can't make conversation. You mean ice cream sandwiches? And various other frozen novelties? If 150 today, my pants come off at work. How low could we see Upstart before Feb OPEX? 14? They have earnings next week, so that could change things a lot, but we might see it under 14 in the next day or two. Can you someone tag the shirtless stream on chat? It was during March OPEX. When do we put our shirts back on? I've had my shirt off ever since that one day. The winter is getting cold and my boss is getting mad. Huh. At the top of the next run. Do you think Turkish Delight is good or trash? It's garbage. It's just jelly covered in sugar. All right. Interesting take. I could see maybe after SLD's over, we pick up some more bullish momentum. But right now, I think the chance of us dropping lower is greater than us going up. If you're ever looking for hay for your $10,000 bed, I know a guy, hit me up. Okay. That sounds like good information to have. Why would I need hay for my bed? Trying to keep chat interesting. Check DMs. Oh, Jesus. Not right now, Darth. Any lithium plays? I was thinking about LTHM or LAC. I don't have any that I'm very interested in. I'm not particularly interested in playing any rare earth minerals right now. I think they're over speculated on. Darth heard someone say the nipple guy that sends you videos and came out of the shadows. Yep. To be fair, PyFi does check DMs and watches every video. Well, I never know what's gonna happen, right? Hmm. Also, Darth is unemployed right now, so the consistency of the videos is high. Ooh, I don't know. Sure. That could be canonically correct. Idaho beef. When are we full porting steel? Hmm. I mean, I already bought a bunch of X. Should I buy more? Average up? I still want to find an aluminum recycler that I like. I sold 800 shares of Upstart, 1443 cost basis between 21 and 23. I'm looking forward to getting back in at or below that over the next couple days. Finally learning not to get too attached to stocks. Nice, man. Someone said Houston Wade pumped MMTLP for his brother that works for them. Thoughts? I don't know. Did he really pump MMTLP? I don't think so. Someone in the shower line at the one I-80 TA recommended you. What's this about? Stock stuff. Fatal limit is quad top bullish. 4 rejections, but it's bullish to keep retesting. I don't think anything at this range is bullish. It's just volatile. Yeah, it's not looking particularly bullish. We'll see. I guess we could break up, but it doesn't look great right now. More consolidation, maybe. The bounce kind of shifted the trend a bit. Yeah. We'll see. VIX going down a little. VIX is still at 2130. I don't know. We're just this whole range is just, you could try to play the upside or the downside. It kind of doesn't matter. You'll probably see both throughout the course of the day. Right now, the downside resistance on SPX is 4065. The trend resistance is at 4060. This is boring. Can you play the Dancing Bears video? It's in the Discord. Was that back and forth with the filings? Is that lone lawyer is trying to get Finra to dance or tune? And it could get kind of entertaining, even if it leads to nothing. No, that's really boring to me. I legit thought you were gonna say you'll probably lose money either way. It went through my head. Yeah, X might not be a bad commodities play. They're not the best, and I've thought about selling my position in them a few times already. I have a fairly low cost basis on it. There's probably better steel manufacturers to go after. I'm not playing Rebecca Black. Stop asking me. Chocolate milk's not bad. For a potential market crash, would that be more likely to occur sooner rather than later? I think the chances of one happening are higher right now through March OPEX. I'm not your mom. Cat 250 end of day. You know, Dow's doing pretty good today. Everyone's getting afraid of tech stocks again. Can you explain why chocolate milk's not bad for a potential market crash? I guess I would say that it reminds you of your childhood, and while lost in nostalgia, you can ignore the fact that our economy is going to hell. Why do you only read my very dumbest posts? I don't think you're giving me a lot of options, Brett. No comment, Bruce Wayne. Did your thesis at all change at all about the covering? Was there another deferral this last week? There was the FINRA 4210 deferral, but that wrapped up over this last week. Well, this week. Over this week. So that's over now. And there's still some opportunity for some like T5 shit to occur, but I don't think we'll see that much from it. And it looks like they're trying to short very, very hard. And the bar rates are going down, which is indicative of a period of shorting. You know what it is. I got this, you got this. Alright, Grim 2. Favorite pasta shape? Oh shit. I can't choose. It depends on the sauce. Just gonna keep going up? It's like an okay bounce. Maybe. It's currently trending up, yes. Farfalle? Favorite ingredients, an exact amount of those ingredients for an eggplant parmesan. Nice try, Fluffy. You're not gonna get out of being a moderator that easily. That's bucatini. NW. What about capellini? Ooh, I like capellini. Capellini is probably one of my favorites. Have a good weekend, Girk. I'll still be around, but letting the SO use the PC to play Hogwarts. Alright, man. I'll see you this weekend. My wife and I share a desk space. I sit in her chair, and she leaves the room. I take her vicinity daily. Interesting. Arrow? I don't know. Based on their earnings, not very much. I thought bucatini was that thing that girls do on OnlyFans. No. Was it a secret family recipe? Yes. You prefer copper over steel cut pasta, right? Oh, of course. Bronze, not copper, but my favorite is tortellini because of, well, you know. Do I? What's the biggest mistake you've made that you learned the most from over the years? Starting this stream? It's taught me a lot. I think my wife's favorite pasta is bukkake, but I've never been able to find it at the store. You're just coattailing Trash's joke. No, okay. Trash called you out on it. Here for the tips, but I really tune in for the comedy. Have you ever had squid ink pasta? If so, how was it? It's okay. It's not my favorite, but I mean, it doesn't really taste that different than regular pasta. Did you hear that Chat GPT Dan, do everything now, predicted market crash Feb 15th and August 23rd? Yeah, both of them based on data from 2021, because that's all the financial data that Chat GPT bots have access to. Does your family know that you've started a cult of pores? No. Are they proud of you? Probably not. +1 on the P.O. Box idea. Let me send you actual attendees second class post. What the fuck is second class post? Is that like a courier? I'm already a pigeon whale. I'm hungry. Yeah. That reminds me, don't forget to cancel Pigeon Whale. Play the VUP song and grab a snack for Moas. But I don't want the market to go VUP. I want it to go down. It's doing what I want it to do. So I'm not gonna play a song that counters my current feelings. Getting better with the stops, making a good bid on some SPX spreads. I have stop set for minimal profit so I don't get blown up if we run. Smart. Play the creepy down song? That's no. Big descending triangle on SPX today. Would this mean continuation to the downside? Yes. Things don't look bullish longer term. Do we have a bear song? There is a bear song. Oh, well, what? We need a cool bear song. We already have it. I posted the video in the Discord. The stream title is Crazy Train. I am aware. Lanky Planky, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is done.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Dirk in the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon man. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on
Alright, I'm positioned for the weekend. I took profits on my DGen 0 DTs. I go back to bed. I'll see you all for Monday Bell. Have a good night, trash. Are you expecting SLD next week? Wednesday should behave like SLD in Jan. Where stocks moved up Monday and Tuesday, and I got slammed down mid-morning day on Wednesday. Could be. Yeah, it could be very similar to that. Depends on how the CPI print comes in, but it very much could be like that. I need to do a thing here. Hold on. Okay. Welcome to Long Johnson, Darth. I love it when you upgrade your membership when you're unemployed. Gone for a week and a half on business. This theory that Upstart somehow got the needed liquidity on a move to 26. I sold long dated $20 calls that day. Yeah, it does appear that they have all the liquidity they need to short for the time being. I wanted to give you a quick thanks, by the way, for informing us on cover calls. I made money on Fubo, even though it was not much. It makes the red days so much sweeter. It helps a lot, yeah. Thank you, Joseph. Congratulations, by the way. Man, fucking NASDAQ is getting hammered today. Down 7 points. Dow just killing it. 0 fucks given. Why does it sound like you're typing furiously? Who do you work for? Who do you work for? Is it a good price for Upstart shares? Eh. I don't want to wait too long in case we run. It's an okay price. It's not great. Sub 15's better. It's definitely in the higher range that I would pay for a DCA. Does the Dow have an index to trade like SPX? Yeah, it's called DJX. It looks like this. The problem with this is that no one buys contracts on it. So the spreads are awful. Yeah, there's DJI, which is a ETF though. Or not DJI, DIA is the ETF. DJI is the index. That's just the Dow Jones. That's not index options though. Check your DMs. Bullish. Oh goddamn. So you got foam all over your face. Sloppy. Confirm SPX timing. Potential bullishness for one more day. Then full bear till SLD over. Then after SLD, 21st potential for another grindy push up. Maybe to where SLD started, then full bear. Yeah. I'm just bearish. CFTC cyber attack. Postponing traders positioning report. Interesting. How does Jimmy usually perform during SLD? Terribly. Ooh. We're gonna push up and retest gamma neutral, it looks like. Well, maybe. Oh, maybe not. Maybe this move up isn't as bullish as it looks. Is VIX dropping? VIX is dropping a little. Oh, no. Okay. $4,100? Fuck is this? Oh. Hmm. Okay. Classic bulls trying to save their precious SPX. Greg, what do your elf eyes see from up there on thy pedestal? What about my 0DT 460p? Ah, maybe? Need another rejection here at gamma neutral. Which we're a little short of still, but if we fail here, it's a lower high. Last push before everyone exits their calls before SPX dumps hard. I mean, if we can break gamma neutral with some decent momentum, I still don't think like 4100 to 4125 is out of the question Monday or Tuesday. But I don't know where we get the momentum from. I work at a company where I go to meetings. I sit in meetings. Occasionally, I put out a fire. Interesting. Are you a fireman? Did you say it felt better? Did you say you fell? It's better to wait a little longer for NVIDIA puts. I'm waiting a little longer for NVIDIA puts. Thoughts on BA here? Hmm. It's, it's not terrible. Look at the 1 day. There might be some profit taking soon if it continues to consolidate around this level. I'd prefer to buy it around like 186. Yeah, I think it's gonna sell off a little. It may not because of the push, but there's definitely a lot of incentive there for people to take profits. Oh fuck, we're getting some of that momentum. Nice. Okay, now I'm gonna get ready to close my straddle. Stops. Is this the magic 4200 run end of day? No, right? That's too much. Mm. It's fine. $4,100. Okay, the last time we tested this, we failed super fucking hard. Is this going to fail? I don't know. It could. VIX is starting to go up. That could either be more long positioning out of the money. We'll see. I set a stop on my call either way, so. Because if we do fail here hard. I think it'll be tough for us to break gamma neutral for the rest of the day. GME earnings show positive EPS and cash flow. That'd be bullish enough to cause a run. Sure. Yeah. It could be. I closed my GME 20cc weeklies in case we pop. Pop where? CC was very green, though my shares are quite red. Ah, I see. Well, at least you got some profits. Yeah, momentum's falling off a little bit here. I'm just gonna close my calls. All right, cool. Now I just need the short side of the straddle to print again. It had a chance there. It looked like it was gonna break. I mean, it still has a little bit of a chance, but I'm not gonna take the chance now. Yeah, do I long dated SPY 390 piece too early? I've never been happier to approach SLD. Yeah, you also bought puts that are way too fucking far out of the money. I just averaged down my SPY 405. How long dated? 405 P's next week. Timber? Oh, nice. Oh, you have June? Oh, you're fine. Nailed the rally, still poor. Oh, well. Less poor. According to ChatGPT, the SPX will close at 2,700 today. SPX over under 40-50 end of day. I can see us just still stuck in between gamma neutral and the collar, honestly. So let's pray for no OPEX and Feb so we can have mega OPEX in March. We'll see. I feel like if Feb OPEX were to happen, it'd be pretty big. Gamma neutral plus collar, same like pinball between two bumpers. A little bit, yeah. Can you put some of those magic lines on the SPX chart? I already have there's already a line right there. You think you'll close the CCs next week or ride until expiry? I don't know. I guess that depends what happens next week. I'm definitely not closing them today. What are the dates for Feb OPEX? That's what the 20th through the 22nd. If Feb OPEX happens, should we be cautious of the price running on Friday of OPEX? Potentially, yeah. Always. There's always something to be cautious of. If SLD is complete by that point, everything can turn around on that day. So if you start getting put capitulation to the short side on like Thursday, worth adding to my March or April puts at these levels. Close to not being very bad. Man, it looks like I timed my fucking got my calls right at the top. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna pull back more. It's not a bull trap, it's just capitulation. Long's taking profits. If VIX starts to move up here, though, it could drop pretty fast. Will you show us your chesticles if we ever experience an OPEX the way we used to get them? I'll think about it. Ups after SLD? I don't know. It depends on how stable we are through SLD. Things aren't looking good, you know? I told you guys I was going to get more bearish as we moved towards the end of Q4 earnings, and we're getting pretty close to the end of them. Things aren't looking better. Wait till you see me in June. I think Tesla Feb OPEX will be spicy because of the mini gamma squeeze in Jan. I don't know how much gas Tesla has left in the tank for an OPEX. Tesla looks like it's undergone a not only a significant amount of short volatility covering over the course of January, but possibly a risk off by longs. And if longs are recalling shares on Tesla, it's going to go down hard as fuck. If we have Jimmy Feb OPEX, do you think it'll be like last year, March, due to the outstanding obligations? Yeah, it could be. It's we'll see how illiquid we get by then. There's still room for them to short us pretty hard right now. I don't know if there's enough liquidity for us to get shorted all the way into March, but close. And if there's like March ETF FTDs that can unlock some more liquidity, maybe their goal is to get GME back on back in the Russell 2K. That'd be interesting. Which means they'd have to blow off all the obligations by March at the latest to get the price back down for inclusion in May. Why would they want that? Jimmy becomes infinitely more liquid in ETFs if it's in Russell 2K. it becomes one of the highest weighted stocks in the Russell 2000. Burry got out of his short like right before Tesla dropped. What are the risks of selling deep in the money 90 DTE calls on GME? We hit better earnings over the next 2 quarters. You're taking a pretty big risk that cash flow doesn't remain positive. Because if it does, GME could get repriced or start to trade at a slight multiple. And if it does trade at a slight multiple, you may just end up assigned on those with no way out. How does GME get into the Russell 2K market cap? And over under a number of days before Upstart goes back on Reg Show. My local witch doctor says 6 days, but he's an idiot. It's 5 days from the time it's removed, which was yesterday. So, by the day like after earnings, it could end up back on Reg Show potentially. Don't worry, Kathy will blindly plow money into it. Maybe. Console sales are up 40% in the month of November. I certainly hope GME had a good quarter. Yeah, we'll see. They might have. They need to get rid of that inventory, though, to maintain the positive FCF. Cowboy hats. Was it Jimmy originally? Yeah, it was originally in R2K. So it'd be similar liquidity levels as a few years ago. Wouldn't the infinite liquidity be good for us and generate lots of fails? It could generate a lot more interest. Also, a lot more active fund pressure. R2K is significantly more heavily traded than like the R1K. It's kind of in a dead index right now. It'll stay in the R2K until the R2K rebalances. It's like next year. It would stay in for like a year. Things were a lot more fun back when GME was in the Russell 2000. Yes, they were. Do you think GME will test 1746? It could, yeah. $17 is kind of the low range I'm looking at. Unless we don't have Feb OPEX. If we don't have any realization of liquidity in February, we could go down maybe to like that 1550 level by like the early part of March 10th through 17th. I don't know. The consolidation here doesn't look super fucking bullish. Gamma neutral on SPX is at 4087. If GME goes back to Russell 2K, we'll get more predictability in the OPEC cycles? Maybe. Yeah, that's a possibility. We'll at least get more interest in the stock. It'll have a lot more hedging, so that'll mean more volume. I got some SPY 407p. I hope they go in the money during SLD. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, they could. Are you doubting the appeal of novelty toasters? Does back to R2K mean more shorting and guaranteed OPEXs? I don't think it means guaranteed OPEXs, but it means more liquidity, more and a more liquid options market, and probably a lot more options interest. IWM is far more active, so the hedging on GME would probably be drastically more significant than it is now, right? I would say orders of magnitude more significant. It would be the heaviest weight, like either the heaviest or one of the heaviest weighted stocks in R2K if it moves back into R2K. I have a 38 and 39. 38's a little tricky. That might not. You need like a 500 BPS drop for a 3800 to go in the money. But 3900 could. It's a better case scenario. If GME gets pushed to R2K, would there be a giant buy-in for ETFs to shift holdings around? Yes. Weight would go up. In the Russell 1K, GME is one of the lowest weighted stocks in ETFs that track that index. In the Russell 2K, it would be the heaviest weighted stock. Or like top 3. I think Russell does their report in May and then the rebalancing's in July. So the determination is made in May and then the rebalancing occurs in July. Break up? No, this looks like it's going to continue to fail. What do I want to eat? I'm kind of hungry. I'm kind of hungry and I want some more caffeine. I wasn't sure if there was a way for ETFs to get their needed GME shares without buying through the open market. I mean, they'll buy in dark pools. A lot of the shares will just get moved over, right? From the ETFs they're currently in and sold to the ETFs they're going into. Like the rebalancing shit generally occurs in a bunch of big like block orders and dark pool trades. So it doesn't really have a big effect on the underlying, but the effect of being in that index could be substantial. Korean fried chicken, sweet and spicy. Banh mi. I don't really know if there's like a banh mi place around me. Pad Thai. Interesting. Potential sell-off end of day before the weekend. Oh yeah, absolutely. People are definitely afraid of holding into the weekend. Makes sense. So R2K good long term, kind of pointless short term. Yeah, I don't think the immediate effect is going to be felt, but over time, we'll generate a lot more options interest, And as we know, and we've discussed in the past, the more delta on GME's chain, the more open positions, the more hedging, the more fails. The higher the volatility, the more shorting of the volatility will occur. The more shorting of the volatility that occurs, the bigger the potential of our runs. It's always been the options, guys. Think about SPY, 4,000 puts for next Friday. Interesting. Not terrible. SPY doesn't have a 4,000 strike. I assume you mean SPX, or you mean SPY and you mean 400? I don't know. But yeah, probably not terrible. That's within the lower range of expectations. Bird flu has jumped into a black bear, mountain lion, and raccoon. All died. News is 5 hours old. Bit concerning. It's not good if it's spreading among mammals. When sells happen, does it make ups or downs, or does it depend on the type of options being sold off? It depends on the type of option being sold off. What was the VIX 6000C you were talking about in Discord? Nothing. I was talking about the effect of the Greek rova and implied volatility. I think it's also called Vera sometimes. That went rova my head. At a time like this, I'm glad my financial advisor also has biology expertise. I've noticed that movements to the downside on Upstart and GME tend to lead the SPX a bit. Is that because of the shorting, the down at resistance, or the low liquidity? It's because they're a lower liquidity environment and they are a high beta. So the high beta means that they are more sensitive to the active fund pressure that eventually is realized in the market. If their beta is low and they're very liquid, they are less sensitive. So they are, in fact, a slight leading indicator, but it's very slight, and the pressure of that leading indication is kind of useless. It's not Rova, it's RHOV. Okay, like this, or Vera. I think Vera is also a term that's used to describe it. We were talking about weird ways to make money in the market. So here's a cool thing. I'll show you guys. I don't give a shit. So it was more of a thought experiment than anything else, but so here's the SPX, right? Or options on SPX. So you can buy these really far dated, and they have a ridiculous amount of Vega. And because interest rates are high, the effective volatility on Rho is also high. So you can buy like super far out of the money calls, right? And then on increases in volatility, they become extremely profitable. So if VIX moves up 10% to like 30, these become profitable within an insane range, right? like all the way down to like 40, and then like in a market crash, like VIX at 40 plus, they get really ridiculous, and they cost basically nothing. So that's the effect of volatility, and not only the Vega of that contract, but like the row as well. Those are really risky, and they require like a black swan event to occur. Our Vega gang discusses a lot of plays like that. Okay. Would someone buy that when you try to close? Probably fucking not. How often do white swan events occur? Oh, Jesus. There's a little support on this bounce. Although I think ultimately it's gonna fail. It's slightly stronger. When a symbol VIX pop to 28, make this profitable without a black swan event. That doesn't mean you're gonna find a buyer for them. Right? In a black swan event, you might find a buyer for them, but in a normal like a normal market or a stable market, you're not gonna find. No one's gonna buy that shit off you. What kind of IV can we assume during a black swan event? I mean, in a market crash, IV goes crazy. That's obviously unpredictable, but VIX can hit pretty obscene numbers. I remember in the COVID crash, VIX hit like 85, 80, 84, 85, something like that. It went ape shit. What if you're selling them for a discount? Maybe, but it's unlikely. You're selling the prospect during a market crash that the market's gonna go up to fucking. I mean, it's probably better to try to sell them in a market crash than it is to try to buy them, right? Like to go short the Rova. It's still gonna tie up just an obscene amount of capital. They are cash settled. Yeah, you can DM me about it over the weekend. I'll take a look, Stefan. I love that yesterday I was a shill for selling $19 GME calls. And now I'm a genius. People are so weird. People always get upset at me when I get bearish. Like, so I'll announce that like I've sold covered calls or I'm bearish for a few weeks. And viewership goes from like 13 to 1200 down to like 1,000 or 1,000 to 800. And then when I get bullish again, viewership goes back up. Unwatched. The difference between shill and genius is if we shadow the move and also make money. I think what happens is people who are over holding calls get mad at me. Which is a lot of people, right? Yeah, people want their biases confirmed. It's like the Bobby shit. Like Bobby starts running and they all come in here and then I'm like, oh, it's a big bag of shit. And then it dies overnight and then I never see them again. Well, the concurrent viewership is like 1,000 people, right? But throughout the day, that's like 6 to 10,000 viewers. Like unique viewers every day. At like 1,300, it's like 10 to 15k unique viewers a day. They went back to work to the next play that they can retire on. Can you use your viewer stats as sentiment data points? Probably, yeah. I've thought about it before. That's just me logging in from different devices. Do you run a pawn shop? What do you expect from BTU earnings? I think they'll be pretty good. I expect FCF to be up. Hopefully some more of their debt paid down, especially after last quarter was so great. They get mad because they lack the mental capacity to take responsibility for how they deploy their own capital. They get mad because they didn't take profits when it ran up. Just like you scale into a position, scale out, right? Like, hey, oh, these are up big. I'll sell some of them and keep the rest, you know? It's just the opposite of the bottom when you're like, oh, Jimmy's really cheap today and IV's low. I'll grab some calls. Like, you're just doing the opposite action at the top. But people don't do that. They're just like, oh, I'm up. I can only go up more. And then, like, 2 days later, they're down like 50%. They're like, oh, shit. And then they hold it until they're down 25%. And then they're like, Girk, what do I do with these calls that are down 75%? Fuck you, you son of a bitch. Goddamn shill. I knew options weren't the way. I'm going back to DRS. So there's no winning, right? I'll just keep pounding home the idea of taking profits, and eventually enough people will get the gist of it that hopefully more than 50% do. You just described my whole trading career. Why'd you hack my brokerage account and buy all these useless weeklies? I mean, yesterday, like, I was like, oh, I'm gonna sell, fucking CCs at $19 when GME was trading at like 20, 21, and half the people were just like, so GME's dead forever. I was like, obviously not if I'm selling $19 covered calls. But that would have been, a dollar per share by today, right? Like, that's $1 off your shares. That's a dollar down on your average, right? And like all people are focused on is if GME's gonna mow ass still. And that fucking ideology has lost people more money than anything. I don't know if all the fucking fake technical analysis and shit like fraudulent investors and Ponzi schemes in the world have lost more money for people than fucking buy and hold. It's almost as bad as savings accounts. Think of all the money lost to inflation in savings accounts over the last century. I want to thank you for your clip about buy low, sell high. I think I got it backwards though. I've been really happy with the 20 to 40% profits on CCs. Thanks for the common pickle knowledge. No problem, man. I mean, I remember when I lost a big chunk of subscribers because it was like people were still following me after I got banned from Superstonk because like the mods might have been shills and they weren't sure. And I was like, hey, listen, if you sold all your GME at the bottom, like at the top every time, and then bought back at the bottom, you'd have like 25 times the number of shares you do now. People got I got death threats on Reddit for days. It was fucking amazing. And we just did like some simple math. Like, what if you sold within 20% of the peak and bought within 20% of the bottom, right? Like, how many more shares would you have? People did not like that. How can you shill such a shilly thing? I know, right? If they wanted to DRS the float, I was just trying to show them how to buy more of it. I doubled my GME shares because of you. Thanks, man. That's awesome. Isn't in the money CCs a bit risky? Oh yeah. Yeah, it is. There's some risk involved. It isn't because I know they're gonna short it. They have liquidity. That's what they do to GameStop when they have liquidity. They short it. It's a very profitable short. And there's one thing that you can always guarantee that when volatility is extremely high, it will go down. I mean, I didn't sell covered calls on my GME shares until March OPEX. I missed out on millions. And even though, like, I kind of stopped believing a squeeze was possible in, like June of 2021, I wasn't really sure that it was impossible until after, like, the ETF rebalance. And that was August already, right? And then I was like, fuck, I might as well wait it out until I have long-term holdings so I don't lose another 20%. And that carried me through November, and then we've never gone that fucking high again. I've lost and made hundreds of thousands because of you. Well, that's hundreds of thousands you probably wouldn't have lost and made otherwise. Baba PT still 97-ish. Has it lowered with this week's overall market sentiment? I mean, you can set stops once you hit a PT and then continue to follow the trend as long as it exists. But be careful, Baba can get very volatile when it gets cheap. Shorting Baba is high risk. It's a high risk short. The PT is 95 though. You gave up on MOAS after Jan 2022. You wrote tons of DD on the potential, and then we got shorted into oblivion. I mean, once we started to realize the effects of like synthetic shorting via the ETFs, and we got more and more information on that. The idea, and they changed regulations too. The real final nail in the coffin for me was when they took away the potential for us to like have a Volgavana squeeze like we did in Jan of 2021, which was in Feb of 2022. That was it for me as far as MOAS was concerned. It's GME is still one of my most profitable positions. It's last year it lost out a little bit to SPX and CAT, but I caught huge moves on both of those. It's still my third most profitable position last year, and last year was pretty good. So, and it was by far my most profitable position in 2021. Even with the fact that I didn't take profits, I made a lot of money on options. What's your most important income ratio? Do I want to tell you? Depending on if they have a dividend or not, EPS or return on equity. Quick ratio is really good for business liquidity. So if you're like, it's like current assets minus inventory divided by current liabilities. It tells you if like short-term debts are going to be covered with like liquid assets or cash. So if the ratio is greater than 1, the business is in a good financial position. Not gonna lie, I got a March Tesla put. Okay. I'm not gonna say I don't have any Tesla puts. What's the most recent thing you've talked about that earned you some death threats? What was it? I think the last death threat that I got was when I wrote the Upstart DD. I was trying to, he was going off about me trying to get people to sell their GameStop to buy a arguably better company. I mean, it wasn't like I was presenting it as an alternative to GameStop. I was just presenting it as another stock. So, but yeah, people get pissy about that, especially the super stonkers. There's an expectation I've noticed from like a lot of those like online communities like RBBBY and R Superstock that it's not that I'm supposed to confirm their bias. It's that they want me to say what they want to hear. Like they want me to confirm their bias, but they want me to confirm it publicly, right? They want me to get other people on board with their shitty investment decision. And like by not doing that, by saying like, oh, MMTLP is garbage or BBBY is garbage or, I hope you sold the top. That's not what they want to hear, right? And so that tends to create a lot of aggression. I'm telling them what's true, but they don't want to hear that, right? So it is partially bias confirmation, but it's more that it's public. Like if I DM'd them and was like, man, I don't think this looks very good, they'd probably be like, yeah, all right, but yeah, I'm still trying to trade it. But because I say it publicly, they get really, really angry. Why haven't I made $1 billion DRSing yet? I don't know. Computer Share almost has. Because they're a cult, you must publicly proclaim your absolute devotion and then convert new followers. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's not really like how I roll. I've thought about sending you death threats every time you pronounce Nvidia instead of Nvidia. This is the same thing. Thanks, Patrick Swayze. Thankfully, I'm not scared of you. On DRS my shares last week when we hit 24, I never felt better in my life, man. Nice. The calls I sold in solidarity with you are up 50%. 52%. Are you reselling yours? Probably not. I think I have like all the covered calls I want out right now. If it looks like we're gonna slip 1850 or like we don't have a Feb OPEX, then maybe I'll sell covered calls again. But right now I'm okay. I have like 1,200 covered calls open right now, so that's kind of I'm at kind of my max risk on those. Update on why I was seeing some weird stuff with F. They offered a special dividend of 65 cents a share on top of their 15-cent dividend. So I think that messed with options. Oh, it does. Yeah, if they do a special dividend, it splits the chain. So you get a new options chain after the special dividend. I mean, the premiums aren't really that great, but I got my GME cost basis down under $5 finally, so that's really cool. How long does it take to sell 1,200 without nuking the chain? It depends on the amount of liquidity that day, but like usually a day or two. Like most of a day or 2 days. You don't nuke the chain if unless you're slamming the ask. Or the bid rather. If you slam the bid, you can drop the price really fast. I've made that mistake before. Like I was pissed off one day and I sold like 500 CCs at I don't remember. It was like just out of the money. and I did it on a market order without thinking about it, and it just destroyed the ask or the bid and like dropped the price. I don't know, dropped the price like a couple bucks. I think the market downticked at the same time too. It was really shitty. And then the next day I had to buy them back anyway. How do tax complications affect your CC positions? It doesn't? It's just income, right? It's taxed at your income rate. There's some CSVs at 18 to average down. Feels good. Nice, man. Do you see this Wall Street bet 75K YOLO on Lyft $14 puts? Insider trading? I don't know. Not really. Not really. I mean, you probably could have you could have gambled on a miss on Lyft earnings. I don't think that would have been necessarily insider trading. It's a big gamble, but I've YOLO'd $75,000 on like a bounce before. And if you've got the money, it's not that big of a deal. Have you thought about taking an illiquid stock and just buying the float slowly over time? No, most illiquid stocks aren't stocks you want to own the float of. The vast majority of illiquid stocks are like micro caps, like shitty fucking like pharmaceutical or biotech or like implant, like medical device companies that are trading at like 12 cents. There's some illiquid stocks that are actually decent companies, but those are very few and far between. There's a reason for that, right? Shorts don't short shit that's good. Sometimes they do, and that's, you know, that's where you hope to profit on the long side, but generally speaking, shorts have a very good thesis as to why they are short. Even on Upstart, the thesis to shorting it is not bad, but the short is overcrowded, so they've made a mechanical error in their short on Upstart. And they've made a sentiment error with their short on GME. DDS is just a shit show. Cat's a liquid, but not sold super short. It's a liquid because people own it. A significant amount of Cat is owned in trusts. People have owned it for generations. Trusts cannot lend the shares. Well, it depends on how it's set up. Some trusts can, most can't. Was your near-term VUP thesis on Upstart changed? What do you define near-term? I think it has potential again, depending on earnings, but it's still just as short as it was. They covered some of their like short volatility positions, but they're moving right back into them. So 2 months. Yeah, I think it's got potential during like Feb and March OPEC, same as GME does. Is there any Feb 17th call interest on GME left, or did most close out? I'd imagine most of it's closed out by now. You can't make a market for a stock with no options chain. Oh, it has no options chain interest. I mean, you're not going to create. You're still just like attempting to create a market by yourself, and you're the only one interested in it, right? Just because you create a market for something doesn't mean that people are going to be interested in being part of it. Gates wasn't an early investor in Cat. Caterpillar's been around forever, man. They're like a dividend king. They've like increased their dividend for like 50 years or some shit. Gates wasn't even a fucking twinkle in his daddy's eye when Caterpillar became a corporation. The high cost basis on GME, do you think it's better to sell at the money CCs and then just wheel the stock, or sell higher strike CCs for less credit to avoid assignment and hold on to those shares? It's up to you. I mean, you could do either one. It depends on how attached to your shares you are and how much. I mean, the size of your position can matter there. If long term versus short term gains are a big effect for you, but I don't remember how to update it. I think I can just close it and reopen it. Hold on. Should it have new options? Who do you think flinches first today? Bulls or Bears? Yeah, we'll see. I think the Bears are already winning. Are you selling CCs on Jamie lower than 19? Not right now, no. 19 is the lowest strike I sold. It's Jamie's still a liquid, so I'm keeping them. I'm keeping the risk tighter. If we'd run and like blown off a ton of liquidity, I would have sold, 10% in the money. I wouldn't have given a shit. But since we're staying illiquid with very little realized liquidity, that's far riskier. Any after market earnings? I think there's some earnings today. I don't know who big today. I'm not sure. Uh, Honda. Oh, that was this morning. Polestars has earnings today. That's like the only big one tonight. Oh, okay, yeah, it's not updating. I can't close everything right now because it'll fuck up. But I'll check it out afterwards. Secret blown up port. Do you ever sell 30 plus DT expiry CCs? Yeah. On like shit that I don't want to manage all the time. Lower value covered calls, I'll sell more theta. Palantir, a lot of the times I'll sell 30, 45 DT. Google, I've been selling like 30 DT. Was this Rise on GME? You closing out your $19 covered calls? No. I haven't closed them. They're still open. I bought some Palantir puts that are so profitable now. I just sold deep in the money calls. But same like. I don't really get protective puts on Palantir. They aren't protective. I sold $7 calls on my Palantir position pretty recently. Can you disclose an average yield you get on GME cover calls? Anywhere from like 2 to 5% on average. On an OPEX, I can yield a lot more. OPEX 10, 12, sometimes like 15 or 20%, depending on how advantageous the IV is when I enter them. On March OPEX, I got like 16% yield across all my shares, so that was really good. May not so great because I had to pull them back before they expired. May would have been really good otherwise. SPXS or Dixie? Dixie's an index. You want to go long the dollar? Oh, the ETF. SPXX is probably better. SPXS has a tax treatment because it trades S&P. I don't know if DXY does. March 3rd, $8 puts on Palantir up 150%. Nice. Thanks for driving my cover calls out of the money. I appreciate it. Grundle? How do? What? SPX has been selling off ever since I closed my calls. What do you, I said we're gonna get range bound between the fucking collar and gamma neutral. We're dead center between the two. If we slip 4075, how far down do you think we can go? Maybe back to the top of the collar? It's also like midday. It's not even power hour yet. I wouldn't be surprised if people are scared to hold into the weekend. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab a snack of some sort. What factor are viewers and Jimmy Price linked? Pretty strongly. Don't forget to hit the like, guys. It makes GME go up. What are your thoughts on long dated SPY puts? Earlier, you mentioned potentially waiting until we hit 409. Do you see that as a possible entry still? I don't know what SPY is at, like its relative level. But you'd think it would have come close to 409 right here. I know it's trading at like a bit of a discount. Removed the GOAT credit from your Popcorn Trader GOAT account. Are you ready for the weekend sell-off? But is it going to be puts or calls? Maybe. Calls haven't really gotten a good opportunity to get out. What are some obvious tells that the C-suite is diluting shares of the company for profit? They don't own any of the company? Hmm. I would say that the bull side is slightly stronger up to like 4,100 for 0 DTEs, but put volume is still very high. And currently not very many calls are in the money. I mean, you can always look at what they spend their money on, Stefan. Are they spending their money on growth? US just down to high altitude object over Alaska. Cool. That's the kind of shit I bought puts for. And commodities. What should I do if my nipples won't get hard anymore? Have you tried icing them? If icing them doesn't work, try flicking them and then icing them. I think we're in for an interesting weekend. I mean, the only other option's electricity. You could hook up a tens machine to your nipple rings. Well, if we shot down another spy balloon, not a big deal. If we shot down a spy plane, big deal. If we shot down a UFO, really, really big deal. Tens unit? That's what you got out of that conversation, NW? What if we shot down an ICBM? Bullish? Unless it was going to hit Alaska, and then, I mean, does anybody live in Alaska? What would be your response if a pigeon whale was shot down? I would immediately declare war, and then an armistice pending international aid. Then I'd take the international aid and buy puts on the spy. If we shot down a UFO, I'm buying calls. I don't see how that's bullish. Listen, if an alien can get to Earth and we can't get to them, we've already lost. Or they were peaceful aliens and then we fucked up. Does it scare you that every disaster movie was based in New York? No. – 9/11 was based here too. I lived through that. Does it scare you that Kurt Russell escaped from New York? It was one of the best things that's ever happened. What were you doing when the plane hit? Getting ready for school? And then when the second plane hit, I looked at my mom and I was like, I'm not going to school today. Are you using the Watchmen defense? Maybe. Or the aliens ally with one faction of humans, and it divides us even further. I'd missed the bus that morning already. What time was your school? Don't remember. I think we started at 9:30. That's ridiculous. I was a teenager. Is that what what were you doing when you realized it was an inside job and jet fuel doesn't melt people? No, I realized that right away when they let planes fly into a no-fly zone without shooting them down. You know, when hundreds of air traffic controllers all over the country looked at their screens and like, these planes are going backwards. And then no one did anything. Everybody knows aliens live or lived inside the moon. Too many coincidences with its relation to Earth for it not to be artificial, and it's the only reason the planet is habitable. Seasons, tide, rotation speed, my put's going green, etc. Happy weekend. Thanks, Mike. I wasn't 14. I was either 12 or 13. I think I was 13. If they shot down the planes, all the people on the planes would have died. Yeah. How would the country have reacted to two commercial airliners shot down by the state? They probably would have gotten rid of the politicians in power in the next voting cycle instead of getting into a useless war in Afghanistan for 10 years. I'm disgusted with the word tween. Well, it's a good thing no one used it, except you. If you listen closely, you can hear the cries of zero DTE traders as their options slowly die. Yes. I really hope they didn't accidentally shoot down a pigeon whale over Alaska. I'll do attendance after the stream. They should have removed the plane's head. Without their heads, the planes are powerless. Oh, that's... No, that's not how aerodynamics work. Spoiler alert, they died anyway. This is true. Could the market just die in the coming days? Possibly. Roll call re-queue. I have a minor in aeronautics, Girk. I think I know how planes go zoom zoom. I don't think... I'm sorry to think that's not true. Have you ever put wings on a goat? Hmm. Have you ever put butter on a Pop-Tart? No? It could only make it better. Those things are awful. It's all about toaster strudels. You know the market's slow when the chat starts devolving into incoherent nonsense. It's either the markets are slow or everyone already made all their money in the morning. What would be the best way to invest in a market crash? Statistically, that's a terrible idea. But the cheapest way to go short the market is usually like... it can either be like TQQQ puts or SPXS long calls. Usually those are the cheapest ones. Meanwhile, I'm really enjoying how green my Upstart $24 cover call sold at the top of the run last week is. Currently up 97%. Sold it in the money and will lower my cost basis big time. Thanks, Kirk. Fuck yeah, man. Nice. Win below 4K? Probably not today. Invest in up and coming motorcycle gangs. Interesting. You just buy crash calls? I'm surprised you don't know that. I'm starting to think I'm a degenerate. Yes, you are. Hmm. Another lower high here? I don't know. This looks a little more bullish. Like profit taking. Put side profit taking? No, maybe that's dead. Maybe the run just died. It tried. How many inverse head and shoulders are we gonna have today? Is June 2023 180p on NVIDIA too much theta? No. It's not too much theta. That's enough to find out what happens with NVIDIA's earnings, which are not yet reporting the embargo on chips in China. Was it really an embargo? Hmm. I just wanted to let you know you've still got it. That immense, rugged handsomeness. And boy, howdy, do you have it in spades. I hope you have a great day and weekend. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. I hope you do too. It's almost like a sanction, but more diplomatic. Hmm. You were born in 1988. Your name is Paul Hashemi, and your mom's hot. No. My name's not Paul. My company's earnings are significantly up. Still think we're gonna crash? I don't know. What does your company do? Thanks, egg salad sandwich. Your cost base is only lowered if you use the premium to buy more stock at the lower value. Yeah, you average down. They're a video game retailer. I'm not doing the guess my name thing again. It's boring. I'm not Rumpelstiltskin. You're not going to get your baby back by guessing my name. That's a magical name like Terabithia or some shit, because you know he's a centaur. That's on averaging down Fubo at these prices. It's pretty cheap. I don't know. I mean, if you can average down at these prices, then it is pretty cheap. Can we guess your length? I'm not going to tell you if you get it right. What price will Atomic average down? I don't know. Girth. Gork, I had a Spotswood cab and Goulet Wagyu filet with lobster claws over a mushroom puff pastry. It was divine. Then went home and drank Michelob until I fell asleep on the couch. I feel like you're a high income earner, but you also live in a trailer. Upstart about to Moas to 1625. Eh. You know it, baby. Trailers just make sense. I guess you can live anywhere. High income, yes. Trailer, no. Midwest, yes. Huh. Whose grave would you most like to tap dance on? Jamie Dimon? It's in the middle between the east and the west, though. Yeah, no, it's Power Hour. Is Upstart IV improving here? Hmm. Not really. Cenos? What's the middleest state? Is it Ohio or Indiana? No. It's either Indiana or Illinois. Kansas? Okay, I can see that. SPX pumping to close or reverse to drop. I don't know. It's in gamma neutral right now, so the chances of failure are pretty high. Does it have any momentum? Nope. What's the downward line on your SPX chart? Long-term upside resistance, I think. Actually, don't know. It doesn't exist in this time range. Was it on like the 1 hour? No. I don't know what the fuck that line is. I only have 2 lines drawn, and they're both on the daily, and nowhere near our current price. This is just a line Weeble's putting there because it's confused about how scaling works. It did work, which is interesting. It's like a very effective line, but I don't know what its purpose was or how it got there. Is the Matrix trying to tell me something? You stopped the bulls? Why did RC put that line on your chart? Surprise action on Jimmy reminds me of Feb last year before the dip into the March run. Similar. There's similarities, yeah. Fred got me on your channel this week. Sorry I've been missing it all these months. Welcome aboard, man. I checked. It's been there since the start of the stream. I mean, yeah, but I'm telling you, it's not on like the daily time frame or the 1 hour, right? There's no line drawn there. It doesn't exist. It's this line, right? But it's being scaled down on the 1 minute chart for no explicable reason. Well, there is a reason. It's because Webull is fairly shitty software and they haven't properly scaled the charts based on the time ranges you're looking at. Inexplicable line, same like crime. Nah. Futures going for their 4th failed test of 40 or 3rd failed test of 4100 today. 4th fail of 3090 or 4098. Wait, is that 5th? No, 4th. You have to admit, it's kind of cool that the line acted as the arbitrary resistance. Yeah, it's really strange. I'd imagine maybe it's just the angle of it's the same, but they've moved. I don't know. I don't know what the error in the programming is there. Did good on Zom calls today. Div date Monday. I think I'll get a better price puts if I wait till Monday. It might not sell off on the ex-dividend day, but it might sell off the day after. Sometimes you get a bit of a sell-off, although I don't think Zom's direction shifting much, so they probably won't sell off too hard. Don't forget there's like a escalation in the Ukraine, or like Ukraine, in like the Russia-Ukraine conflict potentially this weekend. And if that happens, like commodities are gonna go up. I'll praise the fake line. It's really effective. I bought some 407 spy posts for Feb 17. I was trying to be somewhat safe. Did I achieve that? Kind of. Did you take profits on them today? It's not very safe. You don't have a ton of theta. Girk, we talked about this. You can't show the Larry line on the stream. This will be a point of focus in your annual review. Oh no. Do you guys see how it keeps moving forward with every tick? I wonder if it moves it back to where it's supposed to be on the 5-minute. Yeah, it only exists on the 1-minute chart. On the 5-minute chart, the lines are where they're supposed to be. Odd. Huh. God Algo Weeble hack? Don't you fucking touch the fake line. Oh god, you guys remember the purple line that did this? Way back when? How do I get leverage against the chart going left to right? Short strangles. People say TA isn't real. I mean, this really isn't real. This line is a figment of your imagination. So look at the line, it'll blind you. So it's got the bottom line in the wrong fucking place. Weird. We can never break it. Because it just moves. It moves forward every tick. Alright, I gotta finish some work. I hope to see some of you next week. Everyone who makes this stream possible, thank you. You're all awesome. Thanks, McConnerberry. I'll see you next week, man. Or Sunday. You're a figment of my imagination? I mean, I could be. I might be a deep fake AI designed by BlackRock and Microsoft to distract you guys from the real MOAS. I'm a deep fake AI designed by BlackRock. Shh, don't tell anyone. TLT shorts haven't closed. I'm programmed to say to like the stream. How many likes do we have? We don't even have that many viewers today. It's a pretty slow day. 628. I mean, we could do better. Like 669 or 690. This line can't be broken because it's always in the future. It's the ultimate resistance. Yeah, but if new people don't come in, how do I get rid of them? Bob. Come on, get your shit together, man. So if defer packs, did Gaff know we would run in... Did Gaff know the whole time we will run in March? Probably. Lines, same like puts. I love how the amalgamation of options, theta, derivatives, buyers, sellers, swaps, treasuries, sentiment, don't forget terrible programming, can all get boiled down into haha, line make go downsies. Start bringing ad space to tell people to fuck off and not come to the stream. That should scare them off. No, that's gonna bring a different crowd, actually. I'm gonna make a video that's an appeal to stop watching this shit. We'll see how effective it is. Seller box. Can you read the 0DT tea leaves for us for NFA purposes? I'll take a look. Things get bearish below 4070. Like real bearish. Man, so many out of the money puts today just lost all their money. I told my wife if we break that line, I'll get out of the stock market. Will it be like another hostage video? Maybe, I mean, if I can get the lighting right. I lost $85 on out of the money SPX puts today. Sorry to hear that. At no time, space means or event could not have me watch and tune into the stream. Love you, hubby. Hope you've eaten plenty of snacks today. We are not married. Does the SEC know about the line? Shut the fuck up, man. Why are you such a tattletale? Can you put Guybrush on the screen so SPX can drop below 4070, please? If I put Guybrush on the screen, we're breaking gamma neutral. I hope you realize that. Guybrush is the embodiment of all things bullish. Want to play some solitaire with me tonight? Carl. Oh, Carl. GG, Father Theta wins again. That's why I sold so much of it. Guybrush is bullishness. We just don't know for whose position its bullishness will manifest. That's true. Are you gonna do a Twitch stream where you play Balloon Tower Defense? I'll just put that line on the screen. I don't need to defend anything. You still think you only have 2 days left of bullishness? 2 days of possible upside. I bought a 4095C 0 DTE. Let's fucking go. Did Vana tell you to do it, Hazy? Did you release another balloon trying to break that collar over Alaska? Rasmus, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Oh, fuck off, Hazy. What do you think of 4085 SPX calls expiring Monday next week? They're gonna be worthless by Monday morning because of Theta Decay. What do I want to do today? Today's Friday. I can do something after this shit's over. Time for Jimmy to Volga Vana squeeze to 100. No. Mr. Pi-Fi, we appreciate what you say about our union member, Stefan. He is eagerly and honestly awaiting your orders and directions to help the stocks we love and know. Maybe we'll employ him soon so he can feed his 43 children. Oh god, not this shit again. Actually, you know what? You guys can thank Hazy. He charmed me into it. One sec. Saw his third and fourth leg. I'm not gonna let Lenixis have all the moments in the sun. It's official, boys. I have an erection. Congratulations, Carl. What are you going to do with it this weekend? I bet he's going to lose it. Official request for Girk to stream as one of those AR anime girl avatars during SLD. That'd be weird. With my voice? Any updates on SPX positioning into the end of the day? Not really. That's all I've ever wanted, for me to be a VTuber. Things are gonna get so weird in here if I do that. As if they're not already. Dork, did you tell your parents? That I'm a gay bear? They know? Oh, okay. Are Twizzlers recession proof? I think they're economic boon proof, also. And the line said long haired pattern day trader need funds supplied. So I tucked my hair in my VWAP hat and went in to ask him why. He said, "You look like a degenerate gambler. I think you'll do." So I emptied my kid's piggy bank and said, "Imagine that, huh? Me trading the SQQQ. Whoa, lines can't get past the line blocking out the squirt breaking my mind. TA this, TA that. Can't get past the line." Okay. One of your moderators announced she has an erection after a very slight exposure of your lower back on stream. I think the stream went off the deep end over a year ago. So did Carl's erections. So, can we name the line Humphrey? Sure. I've been in the game for a while, but that cavity you flashed a few minutes ago was the biggest I've ever seen. Cavity? I don't have any cavities. Rude. Are you talking about my ass? That's good sized ass. These people are thick. I'm stacked like cakes. Caked up. Does this mean the market see the significance of the second spy balloon yet? NVIDIA to 0 ASAP. That's not how that works. Review your biases. Women could be dentists too. Yeah, but they wouldn't be in here. Unless somehow they'd been tricked into showing up. I wonder if our war with China is gonna just consist of us shooting down balloons. Why are you telling people my secrets, Dork? Women can't be dentists. That's madness. Why would women have teeth? Hey, Girk, how's the rowing machine working out for you? It's pretty good at collecting dust. Hey guys, you remember when we were all stacked with puts in July and got mega roasted on like a 400 BPS move to the upside out of nowhere? What? I didn't get roasted. I bought more puts. The downside of August was gorgeous. Welcome to Cortishan, Keith. Thank you so much. Would BTU 30C for March be chasing at this point? Debating whether or not it makes more sense to buy Monday and avoid Theta Decay over the weekend, or will those 2 days not matter over 30 days out? They probably wouldn't matter. I don't know if 30, like March is long enough out for a 30C. Like I have April 30Cs. But you might be able to realize some profits on it, I guess. Norman Tanks, welcome to Dillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Oh no, the line is in danger. No, it's not.
Get the cash in advance cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gurk in the go. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade this popcorn.
Bulls did get kind of weird into the last 30 minutes. They got like a little too sexy for their own good. China nuking the US from balloon-based ordnance delivery methods was not on my Moaz bingo card. Women aren't in here for the cap shots. We're here for the informative articles. Don't lie to me. My calves are chiseled like they were hewn from the marble pulled from the base of Mount Olympus. It's okay, everyone knows it. I know exactly where I was when I first heard that song. Here? Does the market still give you that tingle? No. Sometimes, but not really. It's not broken yet. Relax. Was your smug meter off by a week? I'm not really very smug right now. Is this getting bullish? No. Maybe. Futures still have to cross 4,100. You make some cheddar this week? I did pretty good. Yeah. Picked up a bunch of money from covered calls, so that was nice. But Hazy, you made the declaration of buying the cover calls $3 ago, or the call $3 ago. It's 40.95. Has moved up 30 cents in that period of time, which isn't even 100%. So how are you up 2,000%? I mean, end of day it'll be 2K? I see what you're saying. You've got $19 to go. Easy? It's not that easy. Holding Google calls over the weekend. Praise CPI next week. You have calls on Google? Okay. For like what, Monday, Tuesday? It's a bit oversold. I don't hate it. Hey, we're gamma neutral again. Do we have any momentum this time? Nope. You sure we don't have momentum? It doesn't look like it. Gian into Friday, end of day, before a big week next. I think I'm going to straddle Gamma Neutral right here for Monday. This seems like if it doesn't slip too fucking much. Hold up. Bounce back. There we go. I don't want to strangle it. Hazy and shambles. How's Baba doing today? Yeah, take that, Ryan Cohen. Jamie rolls his collar tonight. Market back to spot and PM on Monday. Market rips 200 BPS through Tuesday. CPI is flat. Market rips another 100 BPS. SLD drags us back down to the top of the collar that doesn't exist. You heard it here, her first fix. Another prediction from Watkins. So nothing but straight down for the next 3 weeks is what you're saying. I sell CSPs when we go down and CCs when we go up. My strategy sure does keep my blood pressure up. I like it. I thought Walken was a bear. He's inversing his own bearishness in a futile attempt to get his puts to print. Swing trading short vol? Ballsy. It's really not that ballsy. Ballsy's just selling a 30 DTE strangle between $20 and $15 on GME, right? At the midpoint. Then you're just always afraid. Can we close below the line? I don't know, maybe. Hazy did buy calls. I'm curious as to why the line stopped moving forward. Pentagon took it down. I've successfully straddled Gamma Neutral. This is the best. Are you seeing downs next week for SPX or ups? The first few days of the week we could move up. There's a CPI print. Then we'll see what happens with SLD. I buy SPX calls with 30 minutes of theta, and they don't print. This game is rigged. Wait, no, they did. You should be up like 20% on them. If you keep holding them, you won't be. In the money or bust, bro. Uh, I don't know. It's kind of weak. VIX is doing some interesting shit here at the end of the day. So there's some repositioning going on. You need more to go in the money. You need shorts, just like puts to close, like profit taking on the put side. But I don't know why they would. They're already going to end up in the money. 227K candle on Fubo. The fuck? I wanna. Oh shit. Cool. Looks like someone bought some Fubo. Was that you, Atomic? Ugo? Not me, just selling some CCs over here. Squirt also getting some decently large volume. Oh yeah, Upstart got one too, huh? That's interesting. Different time though. Hmm. 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 A long day. So you CSU, the ETFs, Fubo and Upstart are in. Atomic had me make it yesterday or the day before. Oh, okay. Are there a lot that they're in together? I can't imagine there's very many. Kirk full porting in the money SPX puts, so my one call doesn't print. What? No, I'm not. I'm 18, I think. Really? Huh. That's a surprising number. I wonder what the weighting difference is there. MSCI Global Morningstar Small Cap. Why the fuck is there's no way that Upstart's in the Russell 3000 ETF. That can't be right. Why the fuck would it be in there? Square doing weirds. A little bit of volume. I don't know if that's just the market pressure. Mm. Russell was moving kind of hard there for a minute, but then it just tanked. IV's going up on Upstart. I see that. IWV has 20k Upstart. As of when? Why the fuck does it have that? I don't understand. I don't understand how they could have, like, iTaught is across all of them, right? And VTI, like all the meme stocks are in those too, I think. But IWV is really weird. Cuz IWV is yeah, it's in Russell 3000. It doesn't make any sense. Fubo's an epic run. No, something's getting covered here. I just don't know what. Oh. Ooh. Hmm. Those volume spikes all kind of came in at the same time. I don't know. See, bots did a little thing. Oh, that's not bots. Bots is doing a little thing. All the put positions are closing right now. Hmm. Good. No, there's 5 minutes left. Even if it goes in the money, it's worth like the same amount it cost. At the end of the day like that, your theta is just going straight down. Because the premium value zeroes out at close. So you have to go in the money $1 in order to offset the decay. So if you bought the contract, well, he bought it 74 cents, right? So you'd have to go 74 cents in the money. Be really careful with those like super end of day 0 DTEs, because if it doesn't run hard, you won't. You have to go like a couple bucks in the money to have any value, because the only value it has is intrinsic. Context 350p and price action volume. It's not that unusual for Fubo Upstart, right? So the volume on Upstart into the end of the day is a little unusual. It's kind of high. It's like a pretty fat chunk of our volume for the whole day. What do you got, Torque? Ooh, interesting. Maybe. Yeah, if you're doing those end of day like that, just do like 1 DTE. And then you can close it before market close. And capture the extrinsic value. If you're buying 0 DTs on like an end of day sell off or end of day run, buy them at the money. Or just in the money so their theta decay doesn't decay into the end of the day. That was kind of interesting. Futures are sort of failing here. I wonder if I could use this to get more puts. Now I'm straddled and my call side is up. Fuck. Godline is a lie. Existence is pain. Imagine not being in the pickle jar and seeing end of day SPX and thinking it's bullish. I mean, it's kind of bullish. A lot of out of the money puts didn't go in the money today. It looks like a chunk of them closed off. I only have an update at 350, so I don't know how many, but some were already closing off. I guess we'll see if futures just sell off right into close. Two minutes left. 1 minute left. If this dumps back under gamma neutral, then that might be the end of the positioning. Still a shit day. Russia basically guaranteed to launch new attacks. Interesting. I just meant that compared to the opening auction, the volume PA on Upstart isn't indicating like any OPEXy action. No, it was interesting that IV priced up though. It was a valiant effort, Hazy. It had a shot there for a second. There was like a 30-second window before someone dumped a shitload of 4100 contracts on ES where it almost broke like 4105. But that got turned around pretty hard. Have a great weekend. Same to all of you. Ding ding. Yeah. I'm just trying to see what futures are doing here in after hours. It looks like nothing. All right. So everything with a little bit of a run into the end of the day. It looks like Upstart and GME's runs kind of unlocked a little liquidity. Fubo's not so much, actually. Fubo's run didn't really do anything to its liquidity. SPX, decent amount of out of the money 0 DTE puts closed off below like 40.65. Pretty big interest down there today, and none of it realized. A lot of out of the money call positions went unrealized too, so a pretty stagnant day overall. I don't think anyone made too much money unless they were playing the volatility. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. I will have the member stream up Sunday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll see you guys there, and have a great weekend, everyone. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Creon. Sit. Good dog.